Good morning, everyone. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. Thank you for the opportunity to serve. Thank you for the responsibility that you have placed in this room and the individuals that occupy it. Lord, as this session commences, we pray for your presence, and with your presence, we pray for your love. For as 1 Corinthians 13:13 says, three things will remain: hope, faith, and love. But the most powerful of all these things is love. Thank you. Cover us, protect us. Amen.
This house now convenes a sit-in. Good morning, everyone. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 2, administration of oath. Item number 3, confirmation of minutes.
Honorable members, is it your pleasure that the minutes of the meeting held on Tuesday, the 25th day of June 2024, which have been circulated to members, be confirmed? There being no dissenting voice, the minutes hereby stand confirmed as circulated. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 4, announcements by the speaker. Item number 5, statements by ministers.
Okay.
Item number 6, presentation of papers.
Thank you. I call on the Deputy Premier.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table the following document: Government of the Virgin Islands 2023 Reallocation Warrants Schedule.
Thank you. I call on the clerk.
Item number 7, notices of motions given orally.
I call on the Minister of Health and Social Development to give notice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I will present the paper of Public Assistance Bill 2024. I will seek leave to move a motion to lay on this House Public Assistance Amendment Act 2024. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 8, public business, government business.
Thank you. I call on the Minister for Health and Social Development to move a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that a bill shortly entitled Public Assistance Amendment Bill 2024 be read a second time. Madam Speaker, I will now give the objects and reasons for this very important bill. Madam Speaker, with your kind permission, I am pleased to present to this Honorable House the Public Assistance Amendment Bill 2024 and usher it through the usual legislative process. Madam Speaker, my ministry has worked earnestly to strike a balance between adhering to the COI's recommendations and addressing the needs of our territory and most vulnerable populations. A fundamental part of the process required a thorough assessment of the legislative framework to ensure they align with the recommendations posed by the COI, while also modernizing and strengthening our social safety nets, essentially restructuring the existing public assistance program. This amendment bill, I believe, has to a large extent accomplished just that, Madam Speaker. but we know when we get to committee stage, we'll fix whatever concerns members may have. The Public Assistance Program is a territory's leading contributor to delivering financial support and services to means-tested, low-income individuals and households. While the bill amends various sections of the Public Assistance Act of 2013, it addresses 5 significant areas. The first is updating the standard definitions used throughout the legislation, removing outdated provisions and introducing new sections that align with our current and social assistance practices. The second introduces a more specific eligibility criteria to ensure public assistance is targeted towards those who need it most. The third provides for offering a broad range of assistance packages to address the diversity of needs seen by the Social Development Department, including emergencies, unexpected hardships, and community-wide crises. The next area of the bill that saw significant improvement allows for enhancing the efficiency, transparency, and accountability of the program's administration. And finally, the amendments to the bill align with our territory's broader social protection goals, thereby ensuring a comprehensive and integrated approach to social assistance. Madam Speaker, it is no secret that we are witnessing and experiencing an increase in the cost of living in the Virgin Islands. In light of the challenges experienced by families facing financial hardships, this amendment enhances eligibility criteria, will provide an avenue by which those most affected by hardships and other financial constraints can access the program and receive the assistance needed to address their unique situations. Often, legislation is introduced to address negative behaviors. I am pleased to note that in this instance, the amendments to the Public Assistance Act seek to outline an improved way of administering our territory's social assistance program so that we may better serve and assist the most vulnerable members of our population. Madam Speaker, while more details of the amendments will be provided when I present the bill's objectives and reason, I wish to reassure the public and, most importantly, the clients receiving assistance as part of the program that this government is focused on finding solutions that will not only meet the COI requirements, but also remain respectful of our society's cultural expectations, ensuring that our unique cultural values are always upheld. The impact of the public assistance program is best understood through the lives it has touched. It is my hope that the common amendments to the Public Assistance Act and the implementation of our restructured social assistance program will continue to move this territory forward in a more inclusive, resilient, and hopeful future for our most vulnerable citizens. Clause 1 provides for the short title of the bill. Clause 2 would amend a number of definitions in Section 2 of the Act, the interpretation section. A number of new definitions have also been inserted, including the definitions of household, household in need, and income threshold 1 and income threshold 2. Madam Speaker, those were not outlined in the paper, but our preliminary estimates shows that the assistance grants may vary between $687.67 per single adult to $1,467.67. We are waiting information from CSO we can formally finalize what those actual figures would be. But that is the average, that's the range we predict assistance grants would fall into. Clause 3 of the bill would amend Section 3(2)(b) of the Act to expand on the selection criteria with respect to the appointment of members of the Public Assistance Committee, hereinafter referred to as the committee. Clause 4 would amend Section 4 of the Act to expand the functions of the committee to include monitoring the implementation and performance of the public assistance program and advising the minister on policy matters. Clause 5 would amend Section 5.1 of the Act to confer on the committee the power to establish subcommittees or working groups to address areas of challenges with respect to the public assistance program. This clause would also delete subsections 3 and 4 of the Act, thereby removing the power of the committee to appoint relieving officers. Clause 6 will amend Section 12 of the Act by imposing a new duty upon the committee in respect of the oversight of the implementation of the public assistance program. Clause 7 would amend Section 13 of the Act inter alia to replace references to the register with references to the Social Protection Information Management System. Clause 8 would amend Section 14 of the Act, thereby removing the power of the minister to designate areas in the territory as public assistance communities. Clause 9 would repeal Section 15 of the Act and replace it with a new Section 15, which would inter alia, A, establish a right for a member of a household to apply and be considered for public assistance, B, clearly stated criteria to be satisfied by applicants before assistance is provided, including financial need, and C, clarify the processes for assessing eligibility and financial need. It is to be noted that members of the same household are not eligible for individual income grants under Section 17A and B. Clause 10 would repeal Section 16 of the Act. Clause 11 would repeal and replace Section 17 of the Act. The proposed new sections 17, 17A, 17B, 17C, 17D, and 17E. These clauses introduce a streamlined public assistance program which includes non-financial and financial assistance in the form of long-term basic income grants for a period of 3 to 12 months, short-term basic income grants for not less than 1 month but not more than 3 months, and single non-recurrent financial payments to meet specific needs such as the hardship allowances and the shock response grant. Under the proposed new Section 17A, a member of a household identified in subsection 1A to C may qualify to receive a long-term monthly basic income grant if he or she satisfies the eligibility criteria in Section 15.2 and is in receipt of an income that is assessed by the committee as lower than income threshold 1. The application process for a monthly income grant is set out in subsection 2. The proposed Section 17B will enable the committee to provide an applicant who is facing an emergency and requires urgent assistance with a short-term basic income grant if his assessed income is lower than income threshold 2. The proposed Section 17C1 provides that the committee may provide additional financial assistance to a household that has any of the special needs listed in paragraph A to D, including a household that is receiving long-term financial assistance, if the assessed income of the household is lower than income threshold 2. A member of a household who applies for assistance under Section 17C is eligible to receive assistance if he or she satisfies the eligibility criteria in Section 15.2, and the income of the household is assessed as being lower than income threshold 2. The proposed Section 17D provides for the grant of a hardship allowance on an ad hoc basis to households facing sudden and unexpected financial challenges where the assessed income of the household is lower than income threshold 2. These grants are accessible to a wider range of residents, including work permit holders with eligibility determined by a higher income threshold compared to the basic monthly income grant. The hardship allowance would allow for faster and more flexible support during crisis situations. The proposed Section 17E will enable a committee to provide shock response grants and other support services to households negatively affected by community-wide, large-scale emergencies like natural disasters or public health emergencies. Clause 12 would amend Section 19 of the Act inter alia to replace the application form set out in the schedule to the Act with new forms to be prescribed by the minister. Accordingly, Clause 19A will delete the word quote unquote in a form set out in the schedule and replace them with the words quote unquote on the relevant form prescribed by the minister in regulations made under Section 41 2C. Clause 13 would amend Section 20 of the Act by inserting two new subsections which will enable an applicant to make a request in writing to the committee for a review of the committee's decision to reject his or her application for assistance. Clause 14 would repeal Section 26 of the Act. Clause 15 would amend Section 31 of the Act to provide the grounds upon which a person aggrieved by a decision of the committee may appeal to public assistance appeal board. Clause 16 would insert a new Section 31A in the Act to provide for the manner in which appeals to the public assistance appeal board shall be dealt with. Clause 17 would repeal Section 35 of the Act, which provides for the minister to specify rates of assistance and replace it with a section that provides for the annual income threshold 1 and 2 to be set by order made by the minister. Clause 18 would amend Section 37 in subsection 1 by including another exception to duty of confidentiality, thereby allowing confidential information to be shared with a person or household to whom the information pertains has provided his or her explicit informed consent. A new subsection 1A would also be inserted to ensure that data captured systems are protected and secured in accordance with industry standards for data privacy and security. Clause 19 would insert a new Section 37A to provide for the non-discriminatory administration and enforcement of the Act. Clause 20 would amend Section 41(2) of the Act. Clause 21 would make transitional provision for households that are in receipt of assistance at the date that the Public Assistance Amendment Act 2024, for which this is the bill, comes into force and who are required to be reassessed for assistance after the commencement of the Act. Clause 22 would appeal the schedule. Madam Speaker, in a nutshell, what we are trying to do is to broaden the scope of persons who can have access to financial assistance, particularly in times of crisis. Madam Speaker, over the last 2 months, I've had 2 devastating fires in my district. My sympathy goes out to these families. One family, household, lost everything save for future travel documents. These were non-nationals. Second fire, I'm not sure of all the damage. It didn't happen last night. But currently, we don't find sometimes we're able to help these persons under the current bill. We are trying to widen and deepen what we can do to help persons. And Speaker, all of us in here, since the public assistance, the district votes have been removed and transferred to social development, we've all been under, I was an assault for assistance. Because sometimes we find the process to social development was often long, often probative, and sometimes intrusive. And a lot of persons just couldn't be bothered. Sometimes the process took too long. I need help now, not 4 months down the road. These are the kinds of issues we are trying to address. Madam Speaker, there's no secret of the hardships that people are going through in our little island here. All of us see it daily. All of us get requests daily for assistance. And it pains my heart. I had a call just this morning, preparing to come to the house. Minister, I need help. And I said to the person, have you checked social development? Yes, I did. And then they went on. It hurt my heart to see that the people we are trying to help are oftentimes missed. And then sometimes we look at the end of the year budget, we see money being sent back. And Madam Speaker, I think that is wrong. So it behooves us at this point to try and capture as many persons in need as we can. Yes, is it a perfect bill? No. When other members get to it in committee and we zoom in, whatever needs to be adjusted, I am happy to adjust in committee stage. Members will say their say in a few minutes. But it's so important that the community understands what we are trying to do is to bring quicker, more help to persons in need. That's what this bill here is all about. I thank you, Madam Speaker. I look forward to a robust, healthy debate on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate. I recognize the Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Ronnie Skelton.
Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give my contribution to the Public Assistance Amendment Bill that is before this House. Madam Speaker, I know you sent out a little gadget saying 15 minutes, but I think it's going to take a little more than 15 minutes. It's too important to have a bill based on the circumstances in this country for us to limit it, but I will try to be as efficient as I possibly can. I think the minister has covered, and he told us what he intends to do with this bill, what he expects to achieve with the amendment in this bill. But Madam Speaker, before I continue, I too want to extend my sympathy to the fire victims in Borgingada. Even yesterday last night there was a fire, and I don't know if I can. And one of our bright lights, Ms. Leonard, home was destroyed. I heard the minister say that this bill doesn't cover things like fire. But I know, Madam Speaker, in the Ministry of Finance, there is a fire victim allocation that's supposed to get up quickly and assist fire victims in circumstances like these. When I was the Minister of Finance many years ago, I did a few of them, including any disaster that people find themselves in. So there is funding around to assist people, unless we take the attitude that we don't want to assist people. Madam Speaker, the present bill before the House, the present bill, Public Assistance Act 2013, has about 42 clauses. And we have attempted to amend 22 of those clauses. There's no doubt what the minister is doing is quite correct, because in the past, public assistance was limited to a small sector in the society. But as time went on, we find out in the circumstances of our family structures being destroyed, or the needs of an individual has increased dramatically. In other words, from their sustenance to very complex issues. And those complex issues sometimes require the government to assist these people in need. So, Madam Speaker, since Omar and Maria, since COVID, since the most important and probably the most dramatic and destructive circumstances, COI, we have to make amendment, because in the past, elected officials were given collectively about $1.68 million to do as they see fit. It was really for doing small projects and assisting people that really need something urgent. But the COI has basically ruled that this fund should go to the Social Development Department, and it's there. And based on the questions we asked when the Chief Social Development Officer was here, the provisions in the bill to administer these huge sums of money, 1.68 million plus what they were doing before, I think it was $500,000 or $600,000. Together, there's no way they could have helped as many people as they possibly can, because some of the criteria for getting some of the funds was not detailed in any document. So here we are trying to do it, and I commend the minister for bringing this bill forward, and we are here to modernize this bill. Madam Speaker, one of the main clause of the bill, which is clause 17, is expanded. The present 17 is deleted, and the new 17 try to cover the whole ball pack. And I think if I read it correctly, it's a good attempt to cover the ball pack. But based on the amendments, this bill comes into force at a date and time when the minister deems fit. The bill has deleted, the provisions have deleted the present application process, and the minister must, by regulation, bring these things into force. So, if this bill is ever assented to and come into force, that means the whole bill disappears. And without the necessary forms and criteria in place, then I think you will get a pushback from the technocrats. So it's important that those forms and regulations should have been here before the House, so that they all can go forward at the same time. But if we approve this bill and it ever assented to without those things in place, I think we're going to have a bigger problem on our hand with the technocrats, because the technocrats are scared of COI. There's no if but but about it. And they want to do what is good and right based on laws and regulations. So it's important for us to have those things, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if we go to section 2 amended, clause 2, this clause has deleted the definition of applicant, substituting the following definition: applicants mean a member of a household who applies for public assistance, or household on whose behalf an application for public assistance is made. And somewhere in this section C, A, it says a dependent child means a person who is a biological, adopted stepchild or legal ward of an applicant who is A, under the age of 18, and B, under the age of 25, and full-time student at an educational institution. Madam Speaker, I may be wrong, but there is a disconnect, because there's a lot of other children who are about this age and don't qualify under this provision. And I don't know if I missed it, because if you check my document, I marked it up substantially. So I see a gap. I see a gap of young people who are not, probably you may not catch. So it needs something to enable to catch that group of people, Madam Speaker. I guess in its committee state, the minister will tell us what. Madam Speaker, even the definition of disability means a physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory impairment that substantially limits. I have a problem with the word substantially limit, because it's subjective, and whether or not it needs to be there, and what is the reason for it being here? I don't know, because a disability is, I know you have mental, I don't know if you mean mental as in psychologically mental, or you mean suffering from dementia, or one of those other deliberate. And Madam Speaker, and then it goes on to say, limited one or more major life activities, and which prevents person from owning a living and providing for his or her essential needs. And then it defines essential needs. And then under essential needs, it says that essential needs mean the fundamental goods and services necessary for survival and for the maintaining a minimum standard of living. Madam Speaker, one of the things I don't understand is that here it is that elected officials, and you have my colleagues always mentioning it, they're elected by the people to make some of these judgment calls in the interest of the people. But the minimum standard of living, essential need and a minimum standard of living is, I heard the minister, because it has to do with threshold 1 and threshold 2. I heard the minister mention $600 and $1,000. $1,400? $600 to $1,400. I thought you said 1,000 something. Yeah. And Madam Speaker, but this is determined, these thresholds are determined by the chief statistical officer. I don't know if that's the wording that should be in a document. You're saying a person will determine it, but it has to be determined on some other standard, the consumer pricing index or something of that nature. It can't be that somebody sits in a seat because it's named that, and then you're sending the wrong message. So I think it's important that we capture that and erase the individual from determining that, because if the elected officials of the people, ministers, and nobody can do it, then an individual should be based on something that is concrete. Madam Speaker, it says household means an individual, two person in a legally recognized relationship, and see one or two adults with dependent children. There's a whole group of people you're left out there. Madam Speaker, you have brothers and sisters who live together, they live in the same family home, and they have age and they need assistance. This doesn't allow them to get assistance, because it says an individual or even two people living together, I know we don't want to say same-sex marriages and stuff, but that's not necessary for this document. Two persons in a legally recognized relationship. So if you're not in a legally recognized relationship, I mean, you can't get no assistance. You know, so it needs, when it comes on assisting people like that, you're not saying that if you're not, I don't know what, if you're not legally married or legally something or legal, that you can't get assistance. I think that is wrong and needs to be corrected. Madam Speaker, and then the minister just mentioned income threshold. I wanted to understand it, but I think he gave me a range that I don't know if I can live by. I held the premises that an individual needs about $23,100 and something, $26 or something like that, in order to live. So somewhere along the line, while you may not be able to meet that requirement, but whatever you're offering should be able to keep the people alive, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, the bill is also saying that people who are here on work permits have no status, and they've been here for a while. We just increase it to 15, 18, and they go into some level of hardship. We can't get no assistance, even if they were legally residing in the country. I think that needs a little discussion, because you could be close to the requiring age to get resident status, but for some unknown reason, something happens and you need a hand up to get you over, and this doesn't allow it to happen. And the section I lost the number now. Is section 2 amended, and it goes all the way down to J. And the definition of a person with disability by J, by deleting the definition of a person in need and substituting the following definition. A person in need and a disabled person are the same, but it says you have deleted a person with needs and you're substituting this. And I miss, that's why I say it seemed like to me some of the, Madam Chair, Speaker, some of the definitions, some of the people are being left behind still. And I don't think that's the intention at all. I think we need to just pay attention to it. And the last thing here, Madam Speaker, section 2M, it says by deleting the definition of resident and substituting the following definition. Resident means a person granted resident status under the Immigration of Passport Act. So this is the point I was just making. So if you don't have that status, and for some unknown reason you fell, so you know, for example, an example that I know about, person was working here for some 18, 20 years, and they got one of those rare disease. They lived there for the last 18 years, and they need those diseases call for a lot of money, so they fly over the place, get help, and come back to BBI. But they can't walk. They need some assistance, some level of assistance. So we're leaving out some of this. I am not saying try to pick up everybody, but there is a need to help people to get back on their feet, even if whatever happens after happens. Madam Speaker, Section 4. Section 4 of the Principal Act is amended, Madam Speaker, under C, paragraph C, by inserting before the word make the words advise the minister on policy matters in relation to public assistance. What I don't understand here is this committee, and it refers to some board later down, Madam Speaker. Is the public assistance board, but this document talks about a lot of committees, and the committees so who? I got a little lost as who's going to be advising the minister. Because you said, Madam Speaker, we say there should be other committees and other working groups. So, so I need to understand that because it's important in order to get the help to the people that we're trying to help. Madam Speaker, Section 5. Section 5B. Again, you deleted Section 3 and 4, right, from the Principal Act. When I went to the Principal Act, again, I wonder whether you should have deleted all of it, or there's a need to leave some of it in place. But again, when we get to the committee stage, you will be able to guide me. Madam Speaker, if we jump to Section 15, uh, 15.2b, and it reads, except where otherwise provided in this act, an applicant is eligible to receive public assistance if at the date of application he or she is a belonger or resident who has been physically present in the Virgin Islands for a continuous period of at least 3 months. I know of a couple of cases, that's why I am pausing. Madam Speaker, there are people, and I guess you could say, you could take the other actions and let them be punished. The U.S. security bring them, land them, and be filed and take the cuffs off and let them go. And they're going to need some level of assistance. How do we get the assistance to them if we don't leave a gap someplace? It says you got to be here for 3 months. Madam Speaker, and these people will not have been here, and I know of cases. You should say they commit a crime, so let them starve. I don't think that's humane. Madam Speaker, again, in the committee stage, we need to look at it and see, because it's all about helping people to get sustenance and some basic stuff so that they can, seek employment and do all the stuff that they need to do. Madam Speaker, Section 3, 15.3 says, the committee shall assess the eligibility of each applicant based on the verification of legal residency and his or her presence in the Virgin Islands for a continuous period of 3 months immediately preceding the date of his application, unless otherwise determined by the minister. Is that, I put a big question mark, is that where you think you can cover people? So, you know, in the committee stage, the legal practitioners and the people are going to tell us exactly what they're trying to achieve there. Madam Speaker, if you go to section 15(4), it says in determining an applicant's eligibility and need for ongoing assistance, the committee shall also consider C, the health, education, skills, employment prospect of the members of the household. I don't understand what I mean. Because it says in determining an applicant's eligibility and need for ongoing assistance. Some of the things I don't understand, I guess in the committee stage. And this is any barriers to self-sufficiency such as disability or caregiving responsibilities. Because, Madam Speaker, this is one of the conditions that are hampering our people, especially retired people from the government system. Because, Madam Speaker, there is no doubt the cost of living. Some of these people live in homes. They have taken out mortgages to assist the young, either the children or grandchildren, to get an education, and they still have banking obligations, and insurance are basically taking away all their disposable income. Insurance for that property insurance, and whether or not, Madam Speaker, some of these things are also barriers so that those people can't get the help they need. I mean, they just need something to take them over the edge, because there's a lot of people who fall in that category. You know, so we need to, when we come in the committee stage, need to understand if there is a block, we need to remove it. And if there is none, then I am quite comfortable, because I don't see it. I see a block. And I am normally a positive thinking kind of guy, you know. Madam Speaker, this section is really the section that determines who gets what. And 5A says the income level of the household falls below the income threshold adjusted for size of the household. What? The income threshold is that number you just called, Madam Speaker? But here is another threshold because if that income threshold is the number you call $600 to $1,400, that can't be it.
Can I raise a point of information, Madam Speaker? What I refer to earlier was what the beneficiaries will receive, the range from which they will receive. The person now got around $200, so the range will increase between 6 to 14, depending. What we're going to use to determine the other one is called a minimum expenditure basket, the MEB, which is right now estimated to be around $2,907. But that's not being formally set as it. There's no more information to finalize that. But the two are not the same. The MEB is what you're going to use to determine that. I see a number, but I'm not sure that that's what it is. But the range for the recipients is between 600 and 1,400. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, yeah, thanks for that information, Minister. I must point out that you're talking about threshold here, income threshold, and then you talk about threshold 1 and 2, and high up in the document. So which threshold we're talking about? Madam Speaker, 5 also says the committee may approve the provision of public assistance to bridge the gap between assessed income and the applicable income threshold. You see, so here it is why my confusion. So if it's $1,400 and there is a gap, then and if we're getting 16, they could add it to it, you know. But I think that there is a different meaning here. So in the committee stage, again, we need to look at it. Madam Speaker, I don't think I have a difficulty, Madam Speaker, if someone is in a recipient of public assistance, whether if they go to if they're in other public facility, hospital, the prison, or even safe haven, whether or not they should continue to get assistance. I think that is something that it can be depending on the circumstances. They may have other obligations. You may be in the hospital, and I'm talking about real life cases, but you still have your rent to pay. You see? So again, it's gonna take. It's not as straight cut as this. Again, and I don't see anything that given, because it seems like we trying to put back in discretion, but we're taking it back. And there were some cases where he said discretion is at work here, and which is good, because I don't think the wall is just black and white. There's a huge section of gray, you know. Madam Speaker, section 15(9). But section 9(2)(9) explains exactly what I was just saying. If you may be in a public facility, but in excess of 2 months, you may be there for 6 months. It all depends. So it needs a little. I understand what it's trying to achieve. Don't get me wrong, Madam Speaker. I understand what you're trying to achieve there. Madam Speaker, section 15(10). I believe that anything like dealing with some of this stuff, the minister may, by order, after consultation with the committee, prescribe additional categories of household needs. Madam Speaker, I think, while I don't disagree, I think those things need to come to this House. They need to be laid on the table of this House and subject to something, all depending on what we're talking about. I don't believe that every single thing should come. It should come for some affirmative or negative resolution. But at some point in time, it needs something to be laid for public knowledge in this House. Madam Speaker, so we repealed section 16 of the Principal Act. And I forget what you were saying. Anyway, section 16, but section 17 now, Madam Speaker, is where we have all the new requirements for public assistance. And it says here, section 17 of the Principal Act is repealed and replaced with the following sections, and it goes from section A to E. Madam Speaker, the old section was just one section, and it left a lot of stuff to the chief, the committee, and the chief social development officer. But here is it now we extended because of COVID, COI, and all the additional income that they have to dispose of by assisting people. So we created these sections, and if I can go to section 17.1, no, 17.3, 17.3 H and I. It says, Madam Speaker, public assistance may be provided in the form of non-financial assistance to household in need as determined by assessment under section 15.4. And it says H, urgent civil mitigation works to address immediate threats to safety or well-being. And it says, public assistance may be provided in the form of non-financial, what do you mean? So you're gonna finance the Bambi. That's what we wanted to say. Okay. Madam Speaker, and I says certain other services that may be offered by the government. What are those services we're looking at? Huh? I guess huh? Yeah, Madam Speaker, if you go to 17A2, a person under subsection 1 may be considered for continuous long-term financial assistance if he or she satisfies the eligibility criteria set out in section 15.2 and is in the receipt of an income that is assessed by the committee as lower than income threshold. Is the word, I get a little confused because there was some social assistant individuals who they were deleted. But the committee, Madam Speaker, to set income threshold. An income that is assessed by the committee. Is it the word assessed or approved by the committee? You know, when we come, you know, is the real word, because a committee normally approve an assessment or something of that nature. But it's saying the committee is going to do all of this. And it's probably need, are they looking after? And then there is this clause, I thought you were getting liberal under 17A, 3B. To apply for a basic income grant under subsection 1, a member of a household shall be provide such documents and information in support of his or her application as may be required by this act. So those are the regulations and stuff that needs to come here to satisfy some of these conditions. And I think if you approve this without some of these conditions, we know better off. We need to see the regulations and the conditions. Madam Speaker, if you go to 17B, where the committee or the chief social development, this is section 17B3, where the committee or the chief social development officer determines that the household requires immediate financial assistance, the household may provide the household may be provided with an emergency basic income support under subsection 1 without requiring the means test specified in section 20. This is why discretion is important, because there are a lot of cases that goes before the social development officer without clauses like this in this document, and it's going to be scrutinized. It's going to be the Auditor General. If you don't have a standard to apply, Madam Speaker, you will be scrutinized over it. But it's something that is needed in public assistance, trying to help people. You know. So I must say I like the discretionary clause there. Madam Speaker, this section 17C, it says the committee may provide monthly financial assistance to members of a household, mentioned in subsection 2 and 3, where the committee is satisfied that the member of the household requires income care services. And this is, I put a stay here. Is this covering families, household with dementia patients? Dementia? No, I want to make sure. Because Madam Speaker, there's a lot of families who are basically eaten away of all their income, and it's limited, looking after their loved ones with dementia. And it needs to be, nobody don't need to misinterpret it. And it can be misinterpreted. Madam Speaker, and the same thing the committee, and I see D, the household is hosting a foster child, not a child of the family, a foster child. What I mean, AG? Is this the same as a child of the family? I know it's a word that we use often. Adopted child, I understand. A child that lives with you on a permanent basis, that's a child of the family. Again, we need to be quite sure, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker 2 says a household already receiving a monthly basic income grant under Section 17A may also qualify for additional assistance under this section. And that is if you take on additional people in the household, you can get additional income to assist you in looking after these people. Am I wrong in interpreting that way, Madam Speaker? If I'm right, I feel good. So we need to, Madam Speaker, under Section 4, let me put PG here. Section 4 reads, Madam Speaker, where a household with dependent children, as described in subsection 1C, does not satisfy the requirements of Section 15.2. 1C deals with the qualification for the 18 years in school up to 23, may nevertheless qualify for assistance under this section if the household income is at or below income threshold 2. You see, this is where I get confused with all the thresholds coming down here. This threshold 2 is your $1,400. This is not, and $1,400 a month. And the premier mentioned in this house that we need a family of 3 or 4 need $23,126 to live. That was the amount. It was 23,000. I know. Okay. So we're gonna again, Madam Speaker, under 5. Again, this is where, in determining whether assistance shall be provided to a household that is hosting a foster child, the committee shall not consider the income of the household or eligibility criteria section in 15.2. So this foster child is a child awarded to you by a legal matter, by the courts. Huh? I hope I'm right. I hope you're right. Madam Speaker, there was also under 17D got a hardship allowance. You have a hardship allowance. It says subsection 2, the committee may provide a hardship allowance on an ad hoc basis to households facing sudden and unexpected financial hardship to assist on defraying expenses in respect of urgent medical care, which in the past elected members used to do. I'm going to point them out. Urgent medical care and attention, the ambulance, you need to go away to get. That's something elected officials used to do. Funeral and burial costs, that was rampant. Replacement or repair of essential household items, damage, destroying, all of that. So the list of transportation, exceptionally high utility bills, and I put a little asterisk next to this, exceptionally high, caused by how? How is it caused? In other words, if I could see if the fuel variation charges doubled, yeah. I guess I understand, because I can use a lot of power. You can use in a household. Is this what this saying, or are you saying it in circumstances like fuel costs increasing, doubling and stuff? It's subjective. Yeah, so we need to. And then you covered the reintegration of persons recently released from incarceration. Yeah, basically it says hardship allowance here. Madam Speaker, section 17(2), with the exception of funeral and burial costs, a household qualifies for financial assistance under subsection 1 if the assessed income of that person or household is at or below income threshold. Now, when I read this, I remember the resident and belonger status application process. This is, with the exception of funeral and burial costs, a household qualifies for financial assistance. Madam Speaker, legally, I want to know, because qualification seems to be a right, although it's not supposed to. So we need to find out if this is, once you qualify, then you must get it. That's what this is saying? Again, we need to just show, because when I was reading it, what came to mind is the application process for resident belonging status. When I heard all the different rationale, is that it seemed to be if you apply and you meet all the qualifications, you should get it. Is this the same thing we're saying here? Yeah, but they say me too. Madam Speaker, this other one here, Madam Speaker, section 7, 17-day hardship allowance. It says, the minister may by order after consultation with the committee describe, again, this is, and it has some discretion here. And here we put in the minister in the middle of this, right? And the minister may by order after consultation with the committee prescribe other forms of emergency assistance that may be considered necessary to assist. These things need to come before this House, even if it comes in the form of to be laid on the table or something. We need to know what these things are. The House should know. Members should know exactly what the minister what other classification of hardship allowance the minister is approving. Madam Speaker, 17E, shock response grant. I like the heading. The committee may provide a shock response grant and other non-financial support services to households either before or after a community-wide emergency in the Virgin Islands. I guess we're talking about hurricanes, earthquakes. But is this saying, Madam Speaker, because I know they're going to come to it, the committee may provide a shock response grant and other non-financial support. Is the shock response grant non-financial also? Be careful. Because this, I read in this two different ways. The committee may provide a shock response grant and other non-financial. So again, when we get to committee stage, probably we need to make it abundantly clear to say that the committee will provide a shock response financial grant and other non-financial, to make it abundantly clear. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, 17EA. So this bill is, as it relates to fires and stuff, this bill is going to move, is going to expand the help that they can get to fire victims. That's what I read in here also. Madam Speaker, 17E2. This is, this says, notwithstanding subsection 1, the committee may, after taking into account all of the circumstances at the time of the emergency, provide a shock response grant or other non-financial assistance to households without applying a means test if the committee is satisfied that there is an evident necessity for public assistance. I put a question mark. I wonder what I did. Madam Speaker, 3. Madam Speaker, This is, Madam Speaker, if you go to section 19 amended, section 13, it says, Madam Speaker, section 19 of this act is amended in subsection 2 by deleting all the words after the words assistant and inserting the following, including documents and information verifying their income, assets, and household composition, and B, proof of residency. And again, this is the same point I mentioned higher up. Is this saying that if you don't have resident status, and if you're here for 18, 19 years, if something happens to you, you can't get any assistance? That's what we're saying here. So again, we need to look at it. And if you might have a reason why the people don't get anything, Madam Speaker. I don't know what it would be. Madam Speaker, sections 26. Madam Speaker, section 31. It says section 31 of the Principal Act is amended by inserting after the word prescribe the following words under the following grounds. And it lists all the, I guess, I don't want to call it appeal yet, because it says that under the following grounds, denial of assistance, the quantum of financial assistance approved, incorrect financial assistance calculation, all the different categories, and then cases inordinate delays in the application, verification, and assessment which results in the denial or termination of the claim. Madam Speaker, this seems to be saying that there is an appeal process, but it is saying that you're appealing to the same committee that made the decision. Yeah, so we need to look at that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, section 31A, insert, the act is amended by inserting after section 31 the following. Where application is made under section 31, the board. And here is the board comes in, and I don't know which board we're talking to, whether the committee or, but I think we did something up above, delete something that we need to pay attention here. Madam Speaker, section 31A D. It says give the applicant the opportunity to present his or her case directly to the board via formal hearing. Again, you can appeal to the same set of people who have made a major decision in their life. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. And I think this bill also you had some assistance from USAID, UNICEF, and they were the ones who did the one before in 2013. Yeah, so, Madam Speaker, the minister may set annual threshold 1 and 2. This is where I get confused with the threshold. And again, this needs to be, the cabinet should have a say. Cabinet has no say here, and the House should know what these thresholds are. Yeah. So we need to know that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 37 amended employees of the department, and here but the only thing here it says that you cannot, employees of the department or members of the committee shall keep confidential all information which comes to their knowledge in the discharge of their duties under this act. So here it is, it says the committee, it doesn't say the board, the committee or the board, and it says if in other words, you're not supposed to disclose any information. But there's no penalties attached. There's no penalties that says if you disclose. So you give people who want to keep the information as confidential as possible, give them some kind of comfort that if it happens, there are penalties attached to it. Madam Speaker, the Principal Act is amended by inserting the section after Section 37 the following: non-discrimination. The act shall be administered and enforced without discrimination on the basis of race, color, religion, gender identity, sexual orientation, national age, disability, or any other. Now, this is the point I was making very early, right? People, two gender living together, same gender living together. This is saying you cannot discriminate against them. But up in the document, you're saying that they don't qualify. Huh? Yeah. So it needs to be corrected. That's the point I'm making. Madam Speaker, I almost there. Section 41(2) of the Principal Act is amended by deleting paragraph A and renumbering paragraph B, F, and so forth and so on. And then you come to the new section 43 inserted 22. The Act is amended by inserting after section 42 the following section: transitional provision. And again, we need to make sure we cover the transitional provisions. It says here, a household in receipt of financial assistance on or before the commencement of this act shall continue to receive such assistance until reassessed by the committee in accordance with the provision of this act. So, and then it goes on to say, well, after the commencement of this act, a household is reassessed for financial assistance and qualifies for support that exceeds the amount of support previously provided, the higher amount shall prevail. In other words, if I'm getting 600 and you say I should get 14, I should get 14. And the reverse is also true, but it has a caveat. Where after the commencement of this act, the household is reassessed for financial assistance and qualified for support that is less than the amount of support previously provided, the higher amount shall be payable for a period of 3 months, commencing from the date of the committee's approval. I know, Madam Speaker, one of the things that you learn in this life, obligations are inflexible downwards. So, in other words, if I were getting 14 and I only qualify for 9, let me say only qualify for 10, and my expenses are already 1,400. What do? You put me back into poverty. So I guess when we come to the committee stage, we're gonna to look at it. Madam Speaker, the Public Assistance Amendment Bill, there are some questions that needs to be answered, and we need to understand them, because the $1.68 million that is now going to the department, plus whatever they were getting before, unless we cut it, we're something like $2 point something million. it needs to get to the people who need it the most. And there are a lot of people out there who need assistance, Madam Speaker. And wherever you have money, you're going to have people who try to get it for reasons that they don't qualify for. So I'm not too worried about that. But if you can help 90% of the people, let us don't spend all our time trying to look at the 10% who is getting away. Let's put a team of people behind them, and when you find them, you do something about it. But if 90% of the people that need help, they need it, and they need it now, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I don't have I not support the bill in the form it's in until I get some answers, but in general, I don't have an objection to the bill. It needed to come after the COI as quickly as possible, and it's here. So let us send it over here with a good bill that can meet the needs of our people who are in need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Honorable. Members, just to regulate the debate a bit better, I am going to impose a 15-minute time limit for all members, apart from the Leader of the Opposition, who has already done his debate, the mover of the bill, and the Premier. All of the members, 15 minutes. I now recognize the member for the 3rd District, Honorable Julian Fraser.
Speaker, 15 minutes can't do any justice. I would only get up out of respect to my constituents and say, I stood up and I sat down. Madam Speaker, what's the objective? What's the objective? The objective is to balance the needs of the people with the resources available to satisfy those needs. And we do know that the resources are limited, and the needs, or the wants, I should say, are unlimited. Madam Speaker, I got a newfound respect for the minister responsible for this subject. I did not have a clue of the broad range of options available to that minister and the ability to decide where resources go. And I'm asking myself, why is it that so many people are still asking? Why were so many people asking me when I had access to resources? And now I'm able to tell them, now that I have no resources, and they're still asking, that is the minister, the representative for the 8th district, who's the minister, who's responsible for... What did I say? I'm sorry. The minister who's responsible for the subject and is the representative for the 9th district who has the resources for this. Madam Speaker, when I look at the amendment, section 2 in the amendment, and it speaks to who are eligible. G says, by inserting after the definition of financial assistance, the following definition, household means, and I go to B, 2 persons in a legally recognized relationship. And then you go to C, it says 1 or 2 adults with dependent children living as a single economic unit. Madam Speaker, I see contradiction between those 2 definitions, and I think that we ought to fix it to be in compliance with the Constitution of the Virgin Islands. Whatever this second meaning is, living as a single economic unit, whatever that is, we need to have it fixed. HI, Madam Speaker, it says by deleting the definition of minor child. And my question is, what is the new definition of a minor child or a child under 16? I don't know what it is. M, it says by deleting the definition of resident and substituting following definition. Resident means a person granted resident status under the Immigration and Passport Act, revised edition 2013. I think that should be changed to 2024, and we should be cognizant of that definition wherever we use the word resident. I cite somewhere else, which I will come to in a little while. Section 13, Section 3 amended, Madam Speaker, it speaks of an economic community development. Whatever that term really means, it shows up all over the place. Section 3.1 and 3.2 of the Principal Act should be reviewed to show the committee being made up of nominees from both the minister and the leader of the opposition, Madam Speaker. Section 4 amended. Section 4 in the Principal Act is amended by inserting after paragraph A the following new paragraphs: AA, review rejected applications. The previous speaker spoke to that, Madam Speaker. This provision shows up having the committee review application that the committee had rejected. The same provision in Section 20, amended 14. We should all acknowledge that the committee being the same body that rejected the application cannot be the same body that reviewed it, is reviewing it. Section 12 amended, Madam Speaker. CD. Section 12 of the Principal Act is amended by inserting after paragraph C the following paragraphs. CD is the one I'm looking at. It says we manage the Social Protection Information Management System. The term, I haven't been able to see the definition for that term, Madam Speaker. I think the minister will give us a definition for that. Section 14, it says Section 14 of the Principal Act is repealed. And let's see what the Section 14 of the Principal Act said, Madam Speaker. Section 14 of the Principal Act speaks to the minister shall by notice published in the Gazette after consultation with the committee and with the approval of Cabinet, designate areas in the territory as public assistance communities. If we're going to delete that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to know what was the significance of it in the first place and what is it being replaced by? Section 15 of the Principal, Section 15, repealed and replaced. Section 15 of the Principal Act is repealed and replaced with the following. I'll go to 2B. 2B is saying, except where otherwise provided in this Act, an applicant is eligible to receive public assistance if, at the date of application, he or she, C, he or she, B, is a belonger or resident who has been physically present in the Virgin Islands. It just says belonger or resident. I think that without going to the definition, Madam Speaker, the confusion is there where resident just simply means that I live here. And I know that someone will say that you must go to the definition in order to think that you qualify. But a whole lot of people will think they qualify without going to the definition. So we need to probably be a little more clear in this area. To let people know that It's not just being a resident. Say, in accordance with definition, it's stipulated in so and so and so. C, demonstrates financial need through an assessment process conducted by the committee. That's up for a little debate. And then 3, the committee shall assess the eligibility of each applicant based on A, the verification of legal residency and his or her presence in the Virgin Islands for a continuous period of 3 months immediately preceding the date of his or her application, unless otherwise determined by the minister. Madam Speaker, I wonder if the minister wants to leave himself open to such a responsibility. Why would the minister want to place himself in that position? How else, what else can the minister add to the committee's assessment as far as the person's eligibility? Madam Speaker, there's in 6, speaking to whether a person is still eligible for receiving assistance. It says where a recipient of public assistance is incarcerated for a period of more than 30 days, his or her assistance shall be suspended until he or she is released from prison. And what's the rationale, Madam Speaker, for the 30 days? Why are they being allowed to keep their assistance for up to 30 days? And if it's been taken away after 30 days, what's the rationale for the 30 days? The minister may, by order after consultation with the committee, prescribe additional categories of household in need. Again, that's where my respect for the minister for this subject comes in, Madam Speaker. The broad range of capabilities that he has in form of discretion, and that's why I think, Madam Speaker, that the minister has to be held to a higher level of scrutiny than what obtains right now, and the House of Assembly needs to get more involved in, well, not the House of Assembly, but as far as doing our job is concerned, as to holding the executive to account, that these things, as the former speaker said, Madam Speaker, needs to be brought to this House of Assembly for us to examine. And this particular passage, Madam Speaker, this particular provision, the minister may, by order after consultation with the committee, prescribe additional categories of household in need. I think that should be approved by the cabinet, Madam Speaker. I don't think the minister should have that discretion. It's broad, and he himself, whoever he is, would not want to be in that position, because everybody will be coming to him for, and he can't say no, because if he does, it becomes personal. Section 16 of the Principal Act is repealed, Madam Speaker. Now, Section 16 of the Principal Act is not just where and how are the provisions of this section replaced in the amendment. Section 16 Madam Speaker, Section 16 speaks to a whole range of things, many things. It says the minister may, by order, after consultation with the committee, prescribe categories of persons in need. And 2, notwithstanding subsection 1 and subsection and subject to such conditions as the minister may determine, persons in need shall include, and it goes into vulnerable children, persons 65 years or older, and employed persons. So my question, Madam Speaker, is where, if this is being repealed, where exactly and how are all these things being replaced in the new act, or through the amendments? Section 17 is repealed and replaced, and 3 and 17 is saying public assistance may be provided in the form of non-financial assistance to households in need as determined by an assessment under Section 15.4. And it mentions, Madam Speaker, of many things, public assistance may be provided in the form of the many things, Madam Speaker. C talks about job search and placement assistance. And that's where a comprehensive public assistance program, Madam Speaker, is effective. It talks about job search and placement assistance. I don't see a connection between this bill, Madam Speaker, and labor. Work permits. How could you have 3,000 work permits out there, and you have people coming asking for assistance, and when you ask the question, you want assistance for what? To pay my rent. Why? I lost my job. And I lost my job since May of last year. Where's the connection? You have a government who is all but willing to give money that they don't have. And when they run out of money, they tell people, I don't have money. But at the same time, they're issuing work permits. Immigration, labor, and you, with this public assistance bill, has to be a single unit. Because all the money that we're giving out is coming from the same single treasury. And we have to be more comprehensive in what we're doing. And Minister, we have to be adult enough to tell the people who are coming to us with these drafts that this is the Virgin Islands. A single unitary territory. We're not the UK. We're not the United States. We don't print money. And the same standard that they're imposing upon themselves, they will try to impose upon us. We have to push back. And when you push back, you have to be rational in why you're pushing back. In addition to the financial and non-financial assistance mentioned in subsection 1 and 3, the minister may, by order, after consultation with the committee, prescribe any other form of assistance as may be considered necessary. Again, Madam Speaker, with broad discretions like these, the minister must be held to a higher standard. He has to be. This discretion given the minister does not seem to be meeting the objective of this particular objective, Madam Speaker, does not seem to be meeting what was intended, I think, by the COI to remove these discretions from the minister. I think when it's convenient, they will say, give it to the minister. You give the minister discretion, but you don't give him the money. And then you get to point fingers and say that we're not serving our community. You have to be careful. 17A, Madam Speaker. The following applicants may be eligible for continuous long-term financial assistance, which may be provided in the form of a monthly basic income grant. The following are eligible for this. A member of a household who in need, a member of a household in need who is 65 years of age or older. A member of a household in need who is 18 years of age or older, but who is below the age of 65 and unable to earn a livelihood due to severe illness, injury, disability. So, Madam Speaker, it seems to me as if two main categories qualify an individual for assistance. One is you must be under 18 and not older than 65. And one is you have to be older than 65 in order to qualify. All other people, Madam Speaker, who are eligible to apply are subjected to disqualification or rejection, I should say. And
Honorable, do you have 2 minutes to wrap up, please?
this provision is broad and inclusive. The range covered is so wide, it begs the question, why are so many persons or people complaining about such things like lack of housing, inability to pay rent, inability to pay electricity, inability to buy food, and inability to buy prescription drugs, Madam Speaker? Because it seems to me as if the public assistance, Madam Speaker, is limitless. The discretion that the minister has to assist persons, but still, people are out there still in need. So, Madam Speaker, if you want me to wrap up, let me just finish by saying this. In the substantive legislation, Madam Speaker, I think that we have to go there based on what is being provided in the amendment. Substantive legislation has to be touched, and I would seek to have the Section 3 of that bill reopened, and it deals with the committee. Section 3.2, Madam Speaker, speaks to the committee. It says the committee shall comprise of not less than 7 and not more than 9 members appointed by the minister by instrument in writing with the approval of the cabinet. Madam Speaker, my proposal for that would be that the committee shall comprise not less than 7, nor more than 9 members who are belongers or residents, one of whom shall be nominated by the leader of the opposition and appointed by the minister by instrument in writing with the approval of the cabinet as follows. And the existing provision will continue. So I take my seat, Madam Speaker, knowing with a caveat, Madam Speaker, that I was unable to make my presentation as prepared, and I don't think it was fair. I hope that your conscience would allow you to give other members the appropriate amount of time that they will need.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the member for the 6th District, Honorable Myron Walwin.
Speaker. I don't intend to be very long in my presentation, and that's notwithstanding your imposition of time. A few early observations, Madam Speaker, of the bill that's before us. Certainly, I have to rise to support the bill because even though there are some challenges with it, I see the objective is really trying to improve the lives of the people of the country. A couple of early things, Madam Speaker. When you look at the bill and you look at the amendments are almost as long as the bill. I thought it would have been more prudent if the old bill was repealed and a new bill put in place, a much more comprehensive bill, because it's going, I don't know if when members were reading it, they realized the difficulties you had in moving from one page to the next. You're going to create some issues for the application of the bill. The second thing, Madam Speaker, is that I don't see the bill working as well as it should or as quickly as it should because it does not have the regulations to go along with it. The proof of the pudding is in the eating, and you really have to have those regulations so that we can know how to bring the bill to life properly. There are too many missing gaps in it right now. Should have been brought, but I want to encourage the minister certainly to try to get the regulations to the House as quickly as possible so that we can make sure we get things moving for the people. Madam Speaker, this whole issue of public assistance is one of the things in the COI report that has bothered me the most, because the people of this country are, by and large, are very good people. And I saw their lives being affected by things that they had no hand in by just removing the district allocation. The reason why this bill is here really, it's because the district allocation is no longer there. And the regular structure that was in place to assist people is inadequate and needs updating. This morning, I made some calls around in my district just to ask a few of our senior persons how much money they were getting from social development. All of them told me that they were getting $200. That seems to be the default figure that we're giving people. I spoke to one person who is married, and apparently when you're married, you get $255 as opposed to the $200 for one person. I don't know how we expect people to survive off that kind of money. $200 a month is $50 a week. That really can't do anything. And so I really want to see, I mean, even though, Minister, I noticed you're mentioning these thresholds, we don't have any view of them. We have to find a way to be able to get that information across. When I look through the bill, Madam Speaker, and just dealing with people on a daily basis, I don't know if there's a way for us to do it now, but that whole issue of every single matter going to social development, I don't know if I can support that. I don't like that structure. I think social development itself, and I don't like the name of the department, it's perhaps time to change the name of that department to something more uplifting. Maybe the Department of People Empowerment or something that, because I don't know about you all, but when your constituents come to you, particularly the ones who don't come very often, and they need some assistance, and you got to tell them to go social development, just see their face drop. It's almost as if they're losing their dignity just by simply telling them to go to social development department. I think that department should be used to deal with long-term issues that people are having. Long-term issues. And it should do exactly what Honorable Fraser says, because there's not enough of it here in the bill, to try to see how you can help those people who you know are in destitute situations, who are living severely below the poverty line, who will need assistance for a long time, including transitioning those persons who can be transitioned into employment. That needs to be a part of the arrangement. Whether it is done in conjunction with labor or whether it's a separate program, more hands you have on employment issues, as far as I'm concerned, the better it is for the overall picture. So even if you don't merge it with Labor Department, there needs to be that component of helping to get people on their feet, because you want people to have their dignity. You don't want people to be living on the system for too long. So that has to be a portion. But then when you have a regular person, and there are mentions of it here, of the people who will come to you for assistance. And you could come for the types of assistance: continuous long-term financial assistance for at least 3 consecutive months. I don't think you should do that for 3 months. The long-term assistance can be for 3 months. I think we should at least start at 6 months. Then you have the short-term financial assistance, and then you have a single non-recurring financial payment. I don't think people who just have a one-off type situation should be sent to social development. I think there needs to be a different structure for those persons. And then how do you get the help out to people? Because it is taking an exorbitant amount of time for that help to come. So the one-off situation that happens, does that person go through the same procedure as a long-term person? And then you're seeing that in the principal bill, that the committee can meet at least once a month. How often are they meeting? And what delegation of their powers are they doing to the head of social development? Because the principal act gave them the authority to delegate their power. She can't delegate that delegation. But have they done that? Because it is taking too long for people to get the assistance that they need. And so we have to really certainly take a good hard look at the system and see how we can make it better. I'm not going to spend any time regurgitating the provisions of the bill. I think that was done already very well by Honorable Skelton and Honorable Fraser, who came behind. There are some issues, and you will hear my voice very prominently in the committee part of the bill, but I won't spend any time going through the bill right now like I would normally do, Madam Speaker. But the key thing, obviously, is I'm glad that at least we can see that we're getting some increases. I hope those increases can come very quickly, because I want to be able to tell the people who I called this morning that your $200 going up to how much I say it is? $647. And that is a starting figure.
687.
687.
That's an estimate.
That's an estimate. That's an estimate. But hopefully we can get that sorted very quickly, so that we can bring the relief to the people. Madam Speaker, those are my views, and I'll save my thoughts for when I get in the committee stage of the bill.
Thank you, Honorable. Any other member at this time wish to debate? Any other member wish to debate at this time? Yes, I recognize the Junior Minister for Culture, Honorable Luce Hart-Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I also would like to give a brief contribution to our debate this morning on the bill, Virgin Islands Public Assistance Amendment Bill 2024. I recognize all the comments that have been made before, and I know that we are all impressed upon the importance of amending this bill today as the social needs of our community continue to be increased over the years, and not necessarily just to appease our need to address the recommendation coming out of the COI, but recognizing the needs of our people and the need for us as a government to assist these people more as their needs increase over time. We've heard the cries of the people over the years, also in recent years, of assistance, requests for assistance, and as all of us here in this honorable house have received from time to time requests for assistance from many people with different needs, whether it's a little bit here or a huge amount there. But the needs are out there, and they are very much so varied and quite a bit, because their requests do come in from time to time and frequently. And as we've heard before, in terms of our requests for assistance, in my case, I know that I would often send them to the Social Development Department, where they would definitely receive their assistance, or should receive their assistance, and there's often reluctance. And I've actually, Madam Speaker, gone to Social Development myself and collected the application form for them and said, well, the only way you can really get the help is to at least complete the application form. And they were hesitant to do that, but they did, and they were able to get some help. And the thing about it too, Madam Speaker, is that in particular, some of the persons that come don't necessarily want to come, because you know us as Virgin Islanders, we have a certain pride about ourselves, that asking for help is not necessarily a thing that we like to do. But when we get to the point where we need to certainly reach out for help, that's when they come and they reach out for the help that they need. And they're forced to do so because of their circumstances. And as I said before, their needs vary from food to medication to medical service, and the list goes on and on. The fact that we are here today, Madam Speaker, dealing with the amendments of a bill that already exists, to me, it's a good thing because we recognize that our social needs have increased. The number of persons that require assistance have increased, and we are at the responsible stage where we need to address their needs. And I also recognize I wasn't here, but there used to be a time when the funds were given to the district representatives, and the district representatives distributed the funds accordingly, but it's no longer all, not just district representatives. I stand corrected, Madam Speaker, that all representatives were given the opportunity to provide the needs of the people. The funds were given and they distributed it accordingly. But that had changed. Actually, it was changed. It was at the Department of Social Development before, my understanding, and then it went to the representatives, and then it went back to this Department of Social Development. And, you know, there have been cries that their needs are not being met through the Department of Social Development. And of course, we're here today to debate this bill, go into committee stage and make the necessary changes and have the bill pass so that persons can get the assistance that they need. The impact of social assistance programs are beneficial to all who receive the assistance. And it's not just here in the Virgin Islands, it's worldwide. Different countries, as you know, in the US, of course, they have varied programs that they assist their people with, and they like to call it the welfare program. And I think when we say welfare program, we think it's a negative thing, because when we say welfare here in the Virgin Islands, again, because of our pride, we don't want to hear the word welfare. So we have the words social assistance. But it's similar, because we're giving assistance to persons in need, and genuine need. They are in need of genuine assistance. So the benefit of us passing this or amendment to the existing bill, of course, is that we will reduce poverty. And that's part of the aim, I believe, is to reduce poverty, improve the health of those in need of health services, and the quality of life to those who are in need will be improved. And first and foremost, and not last but certainly not least, is the dignity of our people will be elevated. As again I said before, we are a very proud people, and to ask for help is something that we don't necessarily do. So assisting them in this way, although there will be, as Minister Wheatley has said, that there will be an increase in the amount, which will help them with their needs. And it will help to elevate their dignity where they can provide for themselves. At this juncture, Madam Speaker, I'd like to recognize the various nonprofit organizations who have done in the past and continue to present and will in the future. I don't want to list those nonprofit organizations, but we know who they are. They have filled a void where the government couldn't by assisting so many people in our community that are in need. And I just want to recognize them and, of course, give them their kudos, tell them thanks for their hard work, thanks for looking out for their neighbors, thanks for looking out for the people of the community in need, and to just give them the recognition that they deserve, because they too will raise funds and give. And then there are other individuals who give that we don't necessarily know, because there are a lot of individuals who give and they don't want to be recognized. They stay anonymous. So I just also like to recognize, I know of some persons, Madam Speaker, who give on their own and don't want to be recognized, don't want their names to be printed anywhere, don't want their names to be called anywhere. So I just want to say thanks to those organizations, thanks to the individuals who have given and continue to give to help persons in need within our community. The one section, Madam Speaker, that I would like to focus on in terms of the bill and that it has been alluded to earlier, is the same section 17 that we talked about, which was repealed from the old bill, and there's actually a new section 17. I just want to highlight a few things, and I think members before me has said them. And the types of assistance, just to say that continuous long-term financial assistance for a period of at least 3 consecutive months, but not exceeding 12 consecutive months. So it's not that it's just 3 months that they will get the assistance. It could go up to 12 months depending on the occasion, on the situation. And I think that is a good thing. And we've heard earlier that persons will only receive assistance, maybe cash assistance of $200. And that is insufficient in today's world. Cost of living is high. Food prices are high. We hear all of these, issues and concerns pertaining to the need of persons being able to survive within their communities. So I just want to say that this is a good thing, and once they can get the consistency of the amount, whatever the amount is given, they could get it for a period of more than 3 months and possibly up to 12 months, like I say. And again, that will help, as I said earlier, with increasing and elevating their dignity, and they will be able to help themselves. Section 3 of this category, this section 17, it talked about public assistance may not be provided in the form of non-financial assistance to households in need of, as determined by an assessment under the section 15.4. And I think that was also alluded to earlier, but I wanted to spell out that this section is very important. In my view, it's very important because once the persons no longer get the financial assistance, they need the counseling, they need the assistance to find jobs that they now can help themselves. They can now move off of the program of getting their financial assistance, and they can help to sustain themselves. So this section, to me, in my view, is very important. I'm not sure if this is being done now, but if it's not, I think it's very important for it to be done. Counseling and support services, vocational training and skills development, job search and placement assistance, support for entrepreneurship or self-employment opportunities, temporary housing or shelter assistance, home repairs or retrofitting, child protection services, urgent civil mitigation works to address immediate threats to safety or well-being, and certain other services as may be offered by the government. This list, to me, Madam Speaker, is very important, and it will help persons definitely in need in these areas. And as I said before, if they get funds for only 3 months, during those 3 months while they're getting the subsistence, they can go into these counseling services to help them to find jobs. They may have a business idea they may want to branch off into, but the idea is the non-financial assistance is here, and it's available for persons to take advantage of these opportunities and not continuously depend heavily on getting the physical or financial assistance from the government. So the long-term, again, the other heading is the long-term basic income grants. The member of the household, as it was mentioned before, 65 years of age and older, after you reach the retirement age, you've spent up all your retirement money and you're in need because you can no longer work because the retirement age is now 65, definitely. The assistance in particular areas that you would need at the age, you feel assured that you can possibly be qualified to get the assistance. I don't see an issue with persons under the age of, I think it was a member of a household in need who is 18 years of age or older, but who is below the age of 65 years and unable to earn a livelihood due to a severe illness. an injury, a disability, or the responsibility for caring for a person requiring in-home care services within his or her household. And we know of some instances where we have children of parents who are unable to take care of themselves, and they can't work because of the daily and consistent care that their parents need, so they stay home to take care of their parents, or they may work part-time jobs, or but their full-time responsibility is to care for their parents. And we do have some of these situations within our community, so it's good to list this in particular, where this particular caring for a person requiring in-home care services within his or her household. That's important. We do have quite a number of these situations in our community. Under 17B, short-term basic income, what I wanted to mention was again, upon an application being made for assistance, the committee may provide short-term financial assistance for a period of not more than 3 in the form of a basic income grant, an initial period of not more than 3 months to a household in need. Again, another opportunity for persons to receive assistance. And then there's additional types of financial assistance is outlined in this section. A member of household requiring in-home care services. The member of the household has medically certified severe disability. One or more members of the household is a dependent child, and the household is hosting a foster child. We talked about the foster child earlier, and I guess because of the fact that you have to go through the process of becoming a foster child is why it's probably listed here, and not necessarily a child by natural birth. So, Madam Speaker,
Honorable
with that
Member,
said-
2 minutes to wrap up, please.
Yes, I am wrapping up. I didn't time myself. But Madam Speaker, I was just about to wrap up to say that as I said, I listened to the other contributions made by members and made some solid points. And Madam Speaker, I look forward to the full discussion as we go into committee stage. And at the end, we will produce a bill that will be beneficial to all those who are in need in our community. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. I recognize the Deputy Premier, Honorable Lorna Smith.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. And I agree with previous speakers who made the point that this bill needs to be looked at in a very holistic fashion and not just within the context of the amendments to the Public Assistance Act. And I shall use my very few minutes accordingly. Madam Speaker, I welcome these amendments to the Public Assistance Act. I welcome especially Section 14, which removes reference to public assistance areas in the country. I think my interpretation is that it's pejorative, and no area in this country should be declared or referred to as a public assistance area. I also welcome Section 15, which makes it clear that any resident in the territory who can demonstrate that they are in need would be eligible for this increase in public assistance. I do agree with the point that was made that we need to perhaps move beyond just residents in the context of the Passport Act or Immigration and Passport Act and go a little wider. I also agree that we need the regulations to accompany this bill, but it's an excellent start. I think we have a sharper, tidier bill that responds to the needs of persons who require public assistance. A number of these improvements, as I inferred, or a number of the amendments must be buttressed by government decisions. So, Madam Speaker, I will make a few references to these actions or government decisions. Madam Speaker, tomorrow I will be asking my colleagues on the government side, in the cabinet, to agree to the long-awaited minimum wage increase. I'm very pleased that we have gotten to this stage, and I believe that we will be getting a good result. I make the point, Madam Speaker, also because I don't always know that my friends or colleagues on the opposition were in support. This letter written on the 23rd of November, to which I responded on the 24th, though making all the right noises, would suggest that there was not that level of support. Madam Speaker, Section 17B of the bill provides for non-financial support, including support for entrepreneurship or self-employment opportunities. Madam Speaker, I am hoping that the small grants for businesses will be approved within a matter of days, I'm hoping, since it's left my desk in April of this year. Also left the Ministry of Finance and in its final stages to Cabinet. But that policy will allow for business grants to be made available to help members of the public who are in need. Or under the public assistance. Well, not necessarily well. Members of the public. I consider all members of the public to be equal, even if you don't. Madam Speaker, notwithstanding the delays, I believe that God is in control. Many of you would have seen Republic Bank's offer of assistance for businesses, business development, entrepreneurship, and this followed by historic banking expo of a couple of weeks ago. I'm very pleased that that has happened. Going back to the bill, Madam Speaker, I welcome Section 17C, which speaks to in-home health care or provision of in-home health care. Madam Speaker, the government has come up with a bill that not only meets basic needs, but meets essential needs. And what does that mean? If we go to the bill in Section 2, it defines essential needs as the fundamental goods and services necessary for survival and for maintaining a minimum standard of living. I was very happy to hear what Threshold 2 refers to, and that it goes from $687 to $1,400. Madam Speaker, I remain bullish about this economy and about our ability to provide for the needs of our people. Madam Speaker, the needs of our people at all levels. Madam Speaker, I visited China a few weeks ago. At least $250 million of government revenue comes from our financial services. We should not, Madam Speaker, trivialize that, embarrass and insult the people of China by talking about how people traveled and what they did with their travel. I just want to say, Madam Speaker, that when I travel, and I don't travel first class, don't measure, yes, but don't measure my corn in your bushel. I don't. Madam Speaker, I travel and I produce every time. Madam Speaker, I will end my comments by saying that I remain bullish about this economy and about this government's ability to make this economy continue to be productive and productive for those who need public assistance as well as the rest of the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. I recognize the Minister for Education, Honorable Shari Di Castro.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this bill that is before the House, the Public Assistance Amendment Bill 2024. And I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the hard work of the Minister and his team in getting this bill to the House in a manner in which I believe we could all support it in its infancy and seek to, in the committee stage, make amendments as necessary as we seek to develop the infrastructure that supports public assistance in the territory. I have to commend the Minister for the speed in which towards the end of the race that he and his team would have put in some extra work, because I was one who was worried about whether the bill would get here. And so the fact that it is here, to the Minister and his PS and the entire team, the consultants that would have assisted, I want to commend them, because I do believe that it is an integral bill. I think persons would know that we would have removed the ability for assistance to be granted through the House of Assembly. And while funding would have been placed in the Social Development Department, as many members would have stated, there has been concerns surrounding the process and the speed in which assistance is given. And so I'm happy that we are now in a position where we have a bill before us that seeks to define in greater terms, with greater transparency, the criteria by which persons have to meet in order to be able to be eligible for certain types of assistance. And I want to acknowledge also the scope of assistance as has been expressed, because there are multiple layers, I think, that impacts multiple groups, that impacts multiple circumstances, whether it's long-term, short-term, hardship, or shock response. So, Minister, I think that you have covered all grounds specific to the general areas that you could identify hardship within the territory, and I want to commend you for that. I'm also pleased to see an appeals process within the bill. I think ordinarily when we are given assistance, persons may feel due to some circumstance that possibly they may have been disadvantaged. And so I appreciate the fact that there's an opportunity and a mechanism for persons to appeal any decision that has been made, which I believe is integral to the process, that allows for transparency and even understanding for the applicant to at least be able to feel comfortable with the decisions made. I want to implore you, Minister. I know that currently we use a form, an application form. I want to encourage you to seek to move towards digitizing the process. The reality is that technology allows for opportunity to access data in real time, and it could speed up the process as well as provides us with the data as we vision forward in terms of different projections specific to potentially even different areas in the territory, the number of applications specific to different types of hardships, different types of households, and so forth. And if you have it on paper, it's more difficult to, in a quick minute, be able to grasp that type of data that could inform potential funding, whether it's through government or through grants. So I want you to seek to digitize the process. I think technology is a help. It is not a hindrance. And we have to figure out how we could, even through the application process, use the technology, but then even in terms of the data gathering and analysis to inform decision making, how we employ a system that allows for that as well. Madam Speaker, I just want to speak to the reality of the department being responsive. We have a bill on paper, yes. I think it defines some processes, but I think we have to make sure that it's operational and it can work. I'm happy to see it in black and white, but I think when we go to committee stage, we need to take a look at the process component of it and see how we can properly articulate it to the point where members feel comfortable that their constituencies are getting assistance in real time. Because there's a reality that the bureaucracy of the process could interfere with expedient provision of support. And so while we support creating a process, we want to make sure that it is one that is conducive to and responsive to the needs of the people. I also want to implore all of us to properly fund this initiative as well. I think we know that currently we have challenges in relation to what is funded. You can only disperse what is funded. And so when we see low disbursements, there may be a practicality that there's not enough funding, and so the funding has to be spread across as many persons as possible versus the assistance being higher and meeting less persons in terms of their needs. So I really want to implore us. I know because the bill covers multiple layers and multiple levels, it will require significant financial support. But I think we have an obligation when it comes to social issues, when it comes to educational issues, when it comes to health issues, that as a government we have to prioritize our people in this regard. So funding will be absolutely important. And while I'm at it, imploring as well, even as we consider in the context of education, that we seek to ensure that we create that mechanism for funding that allows for disbursements of contributions to persons in these social areas. Madam Speaker, as stated before, we live in a society where our people don't like to ask for help. So if they do ask for help, we know that they've reached their very limit and they're at a point where they don't have a choice but to ask. And I want us to really revere the process of confidentiality, which I see in the bill, and I want us to hold true to it, because persons really are careful and cautious because they're considering whether their information would be public and who would have access to it, and ultimately they don't want to be in that type of position. I think once persons need help, we have an obligation to help them once we ensure that the funding is available. But I also want to implore our people to understand the criteria and have an expectation based on the criteria. Because I know we would have had previous methods where persons have been able to apply or to seek funding, and some persons still do not know that those options are not available to them. Some people know, but they don't necessarily care. So they still ask. But I think we have to be realistic as a population. We need to read the bill, understand who exactly is being helped, so that those persons can seek the assistance. And if it is that there are areas that currently do not have the ability to feel necessary, we must add it on in the bill so that we could give access, but we must ensure that persons have a reasonable expectation in terms of what they request based on the criteria that we have here. So, Madam Speaker, I know that we will have to do some surgery on the bill when we go into committee. I think members have already listed some of the areas duly that we will have to pay some specific attention to. I've referenced a few, but I think that how we got is not necessarily important, and I don't want to highlight that. What I want to highlight is that we are here, and I think we are one step closer, allowing our people to have access to a framework that creates a process, that creates a criteria that allows for a credible expectation from the government in terms of what type of thresholds, what types of supports can be given in varying circumstances. And so I want to really commend the minister and by extension the government, and by extension the entire House, who have already committed to supporting this bill. And I look forward to the committee stage where we will be able to go through the bill clause by clause and make any amendments as necessary. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, and since a little bit of indulgence was given to some members, before I take my seat, I just want to take this opportunity to congratulate the 4 Olympians who would have been named to the BVI team that will be heading to Paris: Kyron McMaster, Tad Letsom, Rikoy Brathwaite, and Adeja Hodge. The announcement was made this morning, and so we are looking forward to them going out and showing out in Paris on behalf of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. I recognize the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Stacey Mata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning to everyone. Actually, it's afternoon. Madam Speaker, since sitting in this honorable House, I can say that all of us can relate to what was said previously, where members of the public have reached out to us and have asked for assistance in varying ways. As a new member of the House, it was quite sobering to find out the amounts of money that was spent by previous governments and leaders and the way it was dispersed. And in some respects, I understood how things were done, but the lack of a system of how it was done and accountability was something that I think everyone in here would have to say was not the best approach. Madam Speaker, when I look at this bill, and I went back, well, the amendments, I went back to the original bill, the act, to take a look at it, and I ask your indulgence just for a few moments on this. Madam Speaker, when sitting in this House, I try to go through every document that is placed in this House to read. And recently, I think as the year turned, we got some documents which were annual reports from the Social Development Department. And in those documents, it argued, and for the point, and I'm sure my members who've read it would know what I'm talking about, it pointed to the need for a social investment model in our country, Madam Speaker, where we went beyond patching the things that we have, and we looked at the most vulnerable in our society, and we tried to find a way to pick them up from where they are, break that generational course, and elevate their families, so that we don't see the same families in our communities that are hurting and that are suffering go through the same thing for generations and generations and generations. So when I look at the public assistance amendments to this bill, I appreciate it. It's vast, and as other members have said, it covers a lot of areas, and I'm grateful. But how does this work in tandem with other agencies, ministries? There's things in here talking about establishing entrepreneurship and small business. And I am curious as I sit here and I read through it again and again, and even before, how does this work with the other ministries? I would have liked to have seen the regulations for this. I was told they wouldn't come with it. But Madam Speaker, I feel like I'm reading words on a paper and I don't know how, and definitions, how it's going to play out in real life. And when we as representatives for all people do not know how something is going to play out in real life, when you sit here and you decide, I'm going to vote for it, I'm going to be in favor of it, and you don't know how it's going to play out, then what's going to happen later on is you're going to be asked questions, but you voted for it. So you didn't realize this is how it's going to go, how it's going to play out. I'm apprehensive, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I appreciate that the minister went as far as to say, and I think it's 600 and change that are, is it a family of two, Minister? One individual. So one individual, according to what I have here, got $200. A family of two got $255. A family of three got $340. A family of four got $360. A family of five got $375. Disabled person got $225. The elderly got $337.50. And the funeral grant was $2,500. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to hear that those numbers have raised, especially for the seniors, because it is very difficult for them, Madam Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition made reference to public assistance in terms of prisoners. If I'm correct, when I look back, it said that if you were in the hospital, they adjusted, but now here it says if you're in a hospital or a facility, it continues, it's adjusted. But for prisoners, it's taken away after 30 days. And I beg and I hope that that means that perhaps if that person who's now incarcerated, their family was on assistance, that they have 30 days to get back on it, because removing that assistance from someone's family because they're incarcerated is not right, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am also very apprehensive when I realize that social development has less than 10 employees dealing with public assistance grants. Now we're adding in infrastructure. I see mitigation works in here, Madam Speaker. There's a lot of things inside here, Madam Speaker. Entrepreneurship, self-employment. And again, are they going to get the staffing? There was a recent circular went around and said that government is putting a hiring freeze. So how does this play out, Madam Speaker? Again, we talk about paper and we talk about reality. How are we going to make this work, Madam Speaker? The Minister of Education pointed out that a lot of resources will be needed for this, financial. So, Madam Speaker, I don't have the information to know how this will play out. How will we be able to make this work? Madam Speaker, there is an unemployment grant in here. I remember speaking about this earlier in the House of Assembly, and I question why, is this connected to Social Security Board? Will the members or the workers in social development who are already being screamed and shouted at, will they now have to communicate with labor, communicate with social security, communicate with other agencies to figure this out? Is it necessary to put these things under social development? Are we grabbing an umbrella and just covering ourselves from all the rain that is falling? Or are we really thinking of what we're doing here, Madam Speaker? So I want to be publicly clear. I am in favor of helping our people and making things work. But again, I question all of these put in here under one department that is already struggling with resources, with staffing. I've looked at previous amendments and I've seen where there is a mention of a director and this specialty person to deal with this and deal with that. There's nothing in here. It talks about the Public Assistance Committee. They'll get upgraded. They'll get that done. Under the hardship, Madam Speaker, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition spoke about how high is a utility bill. I don't see any mention in here of rent. So is rent not a hardship? If we had the regulations or other documents, we'd have a list perhaps of all of these. So I feel as if I'm a bit in the dark as to what is going on. But I know the minister will provide them. Madam Speaker, shock response grant. We all sat through Irma. I was fortunate enough to get some things at YEP to help the community up there and broadly help people after Irma. But Madam Speaker, while I agree that everyone during a storm or disaster is eligible and should be helped, Madam Speaker, have we considered the financial implications of this? How will we? It says there, in assessing the applicant's eligibility, this would be 17E3. It says, in assessing the applicant's eligibility for shock response grant, the committee shall not consider the eligibility requirements in section 15(2)(b). Okay, that's fine. Everyone, I agree. But Madam Speaker, eligibility means everyone is going to apply that needs. And during a disaster, we all become one. We all have the same needs, basically. Alma taught us that. So how do we determine that? And where is the funds for that? Where is it going to come from? I didn't see anything in here talking about up to this amount or that amount. Madam Speaker, I found something very, very interesting when I was going through these documents. I read out the list of financial grants and how much is given, the amounts, the quantities to each person, and I noticed that we repealed all of 17 and we added in a whole new section. Madam Speaker, in the Act itself from 2013, under section 17(4), it says, notwithstanding subsections 2 and 3, the committee may provide public assistance for a specified purpose in a fixed amount to be determined by the committee. Madam Speaker, I'm not an attorney, I'm not learned, but doesn't that mean that all along they could have increased the amount that they were given? I'd like to be corrected on that. Madam Speaker, furthermore, I'd like to commend the minister and those who work in social development, because from February 2023, they have had a social protection management information system in place, which means they've been digital all along. And for that, I think we'll be able to use that system, which is already in place, to make much more informed decisions. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I recognize the member for the 2nd District, Honorable Melvin Turnbull.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to make my contributions to the Public Assistance Act of 2024, which, Madam Speaker, I know is another one of the pieces of legislation that we have to pass as it relates to the COI recommendations. Madam Speaker, I want to approach this in the limited time that have been allotted to us from the standpoint of first recognizing and commending the staff and Chief Social Development Officer for the works that they have been able to do over the years in helping and assisting persons, including, Madam Speaker, the parts that we don't necessarily hear or speak about as it relates to the court aspects and preparing files and doing the research information to prepare for case filing and for the prosecution and or defense. I want to recognize them for the works that they have been able to do thus far and acknowledge Mrs. Annie Malone Fred and her entire team. Madam Speaker, I had the opportunity on many occasions from 2007 just about to 2013 to work with this department in two specific capacities: as the assessor to the youth court and in my capacity as the director of Project Lionheart, which was a mentorship program that I was responsible for. And Madam Speaker, the department continues to go through and continues to deal with many challenges. And this act, understanding its initial purpose, is, I would say, void. It has the good intentions, but it is void of some very important aspects, which the first would be the funding for the department. Because, Madam Speaker, we are now asking through the Ministry of Health, since I think it was July 2022, Madam Speaker, when we would have lost or transferred, let me say, the social assistance grants that members of the House of Assembly, the 13 of us, will be able to offer or provide our constituents with some $1.2 million. Yeah, $1.2 million or $2.3 million or something like that per year. $1.2 million per year. We transferred all that money over to the Social Development Department. And where each member of this Honorable House, Madam Speaker, was able to provide assistance to their constituents based on the needs or based on the applications that came in. This Honorable House, Madam Speaker, your team, your office, and your staff was able to process applications almost daily, and within, I would say, as short as a week and a half, sometimes 2 weeks, if not shorter, be able to provide assistance in record time to persons throughout the territory that would be in need. And I believe, Madam Speaker, the challenge for me comes in where I don't see, and Minister, hopefully there's a SAP or something coming or premiere in the upcoming budget, might be too long, but there's a SAP coming hopefully that would deal with what is required to facilitate this exercise that we're asking now the department to do. Because, Madam Speaker, it is almost impossible to ask the department to be able to execute all the things that this piece of legislation in its amendment. And if I go back, Madam Speaker, I'm holding here in my hand the piece of legislation from the act that exists now, the 2013 Act. And just going through this is where I made my notes. Because I made notes here to just flip through to see what we were doing. And if I start at the back, Madam Speaker, on page 22, where the sheet, I'm looking at the application sheet, where on page 22, we're asking, the application is asking for your asset information, cash, savings account, checking account, CDs, stocks, trust fund, real estate, vehicles, social security. Are you the owner receiving social security from the U.S., pension, retirement? Have you ever applied for? Madam Speaker, this here alone, right? This is a note I made, Madam Speaker, and this is the current legislation that exists. The question that I asked, Madam Speaker, what is the relevance of all this information? Does the department have a financial management arm? I'll be happy to assist them. That's what I used to do before I come into politics. That will help persons with budgeting and investing. And, Madam Speaker, this same application, it has not been updated to deal with any of the amendments that we're making. So this alone, Madam Speaker, lets you know that the department have some work to do. I'm walking backwards, Madam Speaker, from it based on the notes that I made. Madam Speaker, then on page 18, Madam Speaker, of the substantial bill which is referenced in the new act or the new proposed act, Madam Speaker, we're talking about the system, and I heard the honorable member, at-large member Mather, just mention about the system that exists, Madam Speaker. But in the new act, it's asking for systems to be put in place to deal with record keeping and proper management, Madam Speaker. But this again requires a more amplified system and systematic approach, because, Madam Speaker, if you're asking for all this information, financial and otherwise, then you're asking for the demographics from individuals to find out whether they belong or whether they resident, whether their employment history, Madam Speaker. You need a system that is going to be able now to spit out to, or not spit out, but to provide the Chief Social Development Officer and or the Minister, Madam Speaker, with information that could be provided through a report on a weekly, a monthly, semi-annual or annual basis, that we are keeping track of the persons that are coming through the system. We know what amounts of money are required, if it needs to increase, if it needs to decrease, which aspects, Madam Speaker, of the system are being utilized out of those that statistical data. We need this information, and it can't happen on a Word or Excel spreadsheet, Madam Speaker. I'm telling you, it can't, because in order for you to be able to pull out this information, Minister, that you would need on an annual basis, somebody would have to manually go through it. So you need some sort of software that is going to be able to do these things. But Madam Speaker, I must say that I am in support of what the minister and the government is trying to put forward, because we need to provide further assistance for the people of the territory. Madam Speaker, the part of the bill that deals with sorry, Madam Speaker, in Part 5, it says that Part 5 of the old bill, which is not amended here, that Cabinet will be reviewing this act every 3 years to determine whether provision may remain appropriate for the purposes of this territory. Madam Speaker, this here needs to be an annual evaluation, provided from the reports coming from the ministry and the department. So we can't just leave it to chance, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, what I don't see is specified in the amendment. We have an increasing amount of individuals, Madam Speaker, children, minors, and what would be called wards of the states or indigents, Madam Speaker, increasing in this territory that have to be taken care of. And while some of the members mention what is suggested or proposed to be the increase in benefits, Madam Speaker, we have to look at what we currently do, because the cost of living, as I said, Madam Speaker, in one of the last debates that we had, I think it was Thursday on the other business, the cost of living continues to increase. But retirement and retirement benefits for our seniors especially, retirement benefits is on the same level. It hasn't increased. And we have a number of our elders who have paved this foundation for us, Madam Speaker, that cannot live on these benefits just from retirement, just from Social Security. But now added in what we're going to get from social development, I think it all needs to come together under one umbrella, so that we are doing something that we don't have to keep repeating, Madam Speaker, and amending. So, Madam Speaker, the thing I would say to the minister and the government on this aspect is there are so many areas, Madam Speaker, in this bill that it behooves the ministry, the minister, and this government to pull on labor, to pull on education, to pull on Social Security, Madam Speaker, to pull on even health care. Well, under your ministry, but even the healthcare system, to understand the dynamics of what is happening in the territory. Education, to understand how many people are traversing through the systems, and what the areas of need might be. To even the court system, Madam Speaker, we have a lot of maintenance cases that exist on the books, that parents that are receiving assistance for Social Security, but if one parent comes off of it, what happens to the children? We need to ensure that all these things are coming together, Madam Speaker, to be able to provide the proper and necessary assistance. Madam Speaker, now I'm going to walk from the beginning of the bill, and I'm almost done, Madam Speaker, so I know you have time. I mean, how much time I have left? 6 minutes? 2 minutes? How you give me the 2 minute one, Madam Speaker? You give everybody or ahead of it. But Madam Speaker, also in this bill, Madam Speaker, I see we did various categories of how we assist persons, Madam Speaker, and I need to ensure, Madam Speaker, Minister and Premier and government, that we're not bottlenecking the system, that they're not unnecessary bureaucratic processes that keep people from receiving the help they need in an adequate time. I see where it says 30 days. After 30 days, you'll know whether you're going assistance or not. But that's because some people are dead in that 30 days, based on what's going on. Some people will die in that 30 days waiting for the board to make a decision. Madam Speaker, when members of the House Assembly had that ability, and I see the minister has discretion, but the minister now will have to deal with persons from 9 districts coming to use his discretion is not practical, Madam Speaker. So we make sure that we do the right things. Madam Speaker, as I wrap up, I want to be respectable for what you put in place. And Madam Speaker, I want to ensure that when we get in committee states, things like how often this committee is meeting to go through these processes, it cannot be on the terms that is set out in this piece of legislation, Madam Speaker. This committee would have to be an active body meeting every week. Because, Madam Speaker, the needs in this society and the needs in this country are not getting any less. They're increasing. And especially, Madam Speaker, as I did during the budget, we need to ensure, Minister, that something is in here to increase your support staff for the caretakers that the department provides, because that's an aspect of assistance for the caretakers, the persons suffering from dementia and Alzheimer's, and those who are unable to take care of themselves, Madam Speaker. We need to ensure that that aspect is addressed as well to be able to strengthen this bill. But, Madam Speaker, I believe the act that is before us is a good start. There's some work to be done based on some of the things that I've heard and even some that I've pointed out. And I'm hoping through committee stage we can have a more detailed discussion to make it a little bit more meaty and effective. And, Madam Speaker, but the final thing I would say, this department, Minister, this department dealing with the money, there needs to be an audit and accounts provided every year so that we know what is happening, Madam Speaker. I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize the Junior Minister for Agriculture and Fisheries, Honorable Carl Dawson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I can easily associate myself with a lot of the comments that have been made by my colleagues in this honorable House. Like most, if not all of them, Madam Speaker, I too commend the Minister for bringing these amendments to the Public Assistance Act 2013. And while there is some cleaning up to be done, I do believe that the bill before us succeeds in giving greater structure and guidance to the administration of the social safety net in the territory. The bill seeks to find a balance between meeting demonstrated need and ensuring that there is no abuse of the system which has limited resources. The grants are now, in my view, more realistically aligned with the cost of living. And I say they are more aligned. I'm not saying that they're exactly aligned, because I think that even as we look at the figures, we think that it would even be better with further increases, but they are more closely aligned. And I must thank the Minister for the significant increases being proposed in this bill. Like the member for the at-large member and deputy speaker, I think we almost ask a question to make sure that we can pay for it. We must have to make sure that it's such that we do not create a system of dependency in this territory. We are proud people here in the Virgin Islands, and the line between going to provide for the needy and creating a system where it may be more beneficial, as we've seen in some other countries, to not work as opposed to work, is a very fine one. So in that vein, I also commend the Minister for Labor for the efforts at increasing the minimum wage so that
this increasing minimum wage that nobody seems to know about. I don't know if it's going to be mentioned again. Perhaps it might be proper. Since the member is on his feet, he can tell us what this minimum wage increase is about, because nobody else seems to know about it. And
Can I speak?
No, I simply said the efforts, and I'm comfortable with
No, let Mr. I mean, let's just stick to the topic of the debate so that we
Yeah.
don't go
Madam-
into areas that we shouldn't venture into.
Madam Speaker. Yeah.
Go
Madam
ahead,
Speaker, I
Dr.
simply
Dawson.
said the efforts, and it's publicly known that there have been efforts. There's been committee meetings held territory-wide on this topic. So I simply commended the minister for the efforts at increasing the minimum wage. So.
Sure. Am I getting it right? You said for increasing the minimum wage. Has the minimum wage been increased? So it's just to make sure that we are clear in terms of what's being stated so that there's no misinformation, sorry.
Madam Speaker, those statements alone made this morning by the Deputy Premier, and she made some other comments and I'll answer her at the appropriate time. I think you're alone bullish. But
Well-
the people are concerned about this minimum. From since the speaker, the honourable member said, Deputy Speaker said that the minimum wage is going to be increased, my phone keep ringing off, creating anxiety in the community.
Well, let's clarify certain things. Honorable Dawson, am I just able to give just some leeway to let the Deputy Premier clarify the situation?
Madam Speaker, on a point of information, I simply said that. On a point of information, I simply said that tomorrow I will be asking my colleagues to support an increase. Tomorrow.
Thank you, Honorable, for the clarification. Dr. Dawson, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will say, efforts have been made, and that's all I said, that efforts have been made. And I continue to commend my colleague for efforts in this important area. Madam Speaker, it is clear, as I interact with my constituents, and I'm sure as members all around interact, that there is significant need in the territory. Madam Speaker, I'm sure the call I received this morning was not unlike the ones that other members have received even today, concerning the difficulty that this particular person was having financially, and outlining, and I have been in touch with this particular individual, the number of jobs that she has applied for and the efforts she's made to help herself, not to seek to rely on the public purse in order to meet her needs. And recently, Madam Speaker, just last week, Friday and Saturday, we had the job fair of Peter Island Resort, where hundreds of persons were there, indicating a couple of things. One, the number of persons that are out of work. Two, the number of persons who are working, but the money that they're making, they need to do, as we would say, Madam Speaker, a side hustle in order to make ends meet. So we see where this bill fits in the context of need here in the territory. I commend and support the comments by the Minister for the 3rd District and others in making the link between the member, thank you, Honorable Leader of Opposition, the member for the 3rd District, making the link between immigration, labor, and social development, because they're all linked together. But I would also say that education think the Minister for Education mentioned it, is also a key part of that equation as well. If our territory is to survive, it means that we must have competent persons in each sector. It means that those persons must be trained properly. And I would also like to commend again my colleague, the Minister of Education, for her efforts at transforming the education sector where students would not view schooling as something to be endured, but really to develop a love for learning in order to meet the needs, whether as entrepreneurs or whether as employees across this territory. I commend the efforts at training in areas as construction, financial services, and hospitality done by the college, and particularly the marine sector and the marine professional training program at the college. I connect those because, Madam Speaker, those individuals who are finding a place in such programs are persons who may oftentimes fall into the net that is captured by the public assistance program. So I commend those there who are leading those programs at the college as we seek to ensure that each person in the Crossed Territory finds their place within the economy of the territory and are able to live a reasonable quality of life. Various members have identified the strengths of the bill, such as further identifying eligibility and expanding the range of circumstances where assistance can be given. The minister under the bill has been given reasonable leeway to ensure that successful implementation of the bill, but we will tighten or expand as needed in the committee stage. I believe that as I examine the bill, there has been clearer communication to potential applicants about what is available for them. And Madam Speaker, I will also say, though, that while the information required seems to be onerous at times, I think we still must find that balance, because if we are going to implement a needs-based system, as this is, it means then that there must be some ways to assess needs among the persons applying. So, Madam Speaker, I look forward to the work that will be done in the committee stage, and again commend the Minister for his efforts thus far, and I'm sure that as we work together, we will be able to deliver a bill that meets the needs of our people, taking into account the context and constraints that we have in this area. Thank you.
Alan Penn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to make a brief contribution to the Public Assistance Amendment Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, I think we've exhausted, in many respects, the specific clause in the bill. I know that the members before me has gone into great lengths to outline some of the clauses, and I think it wouldn't be prudent to be repetitious. And the public has been listening now for several hours to repeat the same things over and over and over again, but there are some very specific areas and points of clarity, Madam Speaker, that I think is important for me to speak on, particularly considering that I was the immediate past minister that dealt with this particular subject directly, Madam Speaker. And when the public is listening, we have to make sure that things are properly recorded and documented in a public space, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's important also to thank the team at the Ministry of Health and the team at the Social Development Department for the work that they do on an annual basis, a daily basis, to try to bring some relief to persons in this society, particularly now with a soft economy that's struggling, to persons who are in specific needs in our territory, Madam Speaker. I know that during the 2022-2023, the assessment was done by UNICEF, and the then PS Patrona Smith is the one who led the charge in ensuring that these particular transitions were done. I believe she was a PS2 leader of the opposition when you was a minister that ushered the Public Assistance Act into place in 2013. I know, and that's what I said. So I think it's important to acknowledge the efforts of those individuals who worked. Government's a continuum, and things don't just happen out of thin air. And I want to ensure that the people who have worked on these things and ensure that these things are in place, these institutions are in place to support the necessary systems in the territory and the people who in our territory who needs the support. And I want to commend those persons for the work that they've done. Madam Speaker, the point was raised earlier, particularly on the transition and the need for some type of hybrid system, which I believe that is necessary. I agree with the members who spoke about that system, and I think that was the intent when the report was done, to not put everything under one umbrella, but ensure that the assistants are under the appropriate umbrella for which they lie. I see we've attempted under this new amendment to try to lump more additional things in there that I think that doesn't fit within the scope of the work that's being conducted by the team of social development. And if we are to keep those things under that particular umbrella, it will require a beefing up of the staff. And we're talking about expanding categories. And those categories are in areas that need specialist expertise to really help assist and assess. And I think we'll put ourselves in a bureaucratic quagmire to put those things under the responsibility of persons who don't have the competency or the expertise to deal with those areas. And I think we need to find ways to ensure that we have the right set of areas that are being assessed under the Social Development Department. Particularly, you're asking to assess people who are damaged by any type of damages and repairs to homes, and then you have a similar program that's under the Ministry of Health. So why are you duplicating that process under the Social Development Department, which doesn't make any sense? And then we're not giving them the additional funds that they need to administer those programs. What we need to do is put a proper structure in place to ensure that the system under health, if that's the appropriate place, is properly funded and have the expertise to deal with those particular needs of the community or the public. Madam Speaker, the point relating to the emergency support. Currently, there's the Chief Social Development Officer has the ability and capacity to offer emergency assistance. That exists currently. I know there's a proposal to sort of shift from that. I think that would be a mistake, whether we shift it or we share that responsibility with the minister. There needs to be a more streamlined approach for persons who need emergency support to get that support in a quicker way. Particularly food vouchers is one of those areas that come to mind. Many persons have a challenge, but they need food now. They can't wait 30 days to get approval or get assistance or anything from the department. There needs to be a more quicker approach. And I know right now there's an approach where the Chief Development Officer, Social Development Officer, helps persons with emergency vouchers. I think we need to be more, I think you have to do a purchase order is the current dispensation. But what I suggested when I was there, Minister, is that we have them approve. You approve a certain number of vouchers, you have a clear process for how vouchers are allocated to the ministry, that when persons come, they're quickly assessed and persons are able to provide some type of meal or food voucher for their family to support them right away. And those are areas that I think we need to look at in the bill, where we can make sure that those areas are streamlined and it's clear in terms of the process, and don't leave it up to a subjective approach in terms of how those persons are able to get the level of support and assistance that they need, especially in their time of need. Madam Speaker, there's also a section, I think it's section 5, we amended section 5 to remove section 5, 3, and 4, which speaks to the, let me find the section, Madam Speaker. Speaks to, these are the officers, Madam Speaker, the relieving officers. These are the officers that normally support persons in the sister islands, persons who section 5, in the substantive act is section 5, 2, 3, and 4. That speaks to the relieving officers. It's being proposed to be removed from the bill. I think we need to reconsider that, removing it from the bill, because these are officers that support the seniors, the indigent persons who might not be able to come to town, come to the treasury to get their checks, or get somebody to collect their checks on their behalf. These persons really much were the persons who supported those persons to get the monies to them, make sure they get what they need, so they get the support. I think we need to reconsider removing that section from the bill. And representation was made by the department to make sure that that was retained. And I think that's something that we can consider in committee stages to maintain that. In terms of matter of, so I won't go into any more of those details in the bill, but I think the matter of the digitization of the department. I just want to alert members that the department has been digitized since February of 2023. So all applications now are being done online. And I was on the, what minister that was on there? Oh, Karen, okay. Man, Speaker, that happened when I was a minister during that period to ensure that the process was digitized. So right now, all applications come through the department digitally. They correlate the financial information and all that stuff. We have the ability now to do the analysis of the applications, where the regions they're coming from, the income bracket of individuals. So there is data. So there's been some data that's been collected since February of 2023. Yeah, exactly. We did some good work, Premier, to ensure that the persons who are asking for the assistance are able to have that information readily available to the assessor's fingerprints to make a decision. But I have to agree, though, Minister, that we need to find a more streamlined approach in terms of the application process. We are asking for a lot of information, and sometimes it could be very intrusive. It becomes very onerous, and persons are very wary of engaging in the process. I know when we had Hurricanes Maria, Minister, leader of the opposition, at the time we had some support from, I think it was Sidima, some entity from the UK. Okay, it's not Sidima. Some other entity, I can't remember the name of the entity. But we were able to get some support, and the process, they gave us a template in terms of the process for the access and our support. And it wasn't as onerous as the one that we have right now. So we have to find ways. I think that the threshold is an important one. I think that's a way to really put persons in a certain income bracket where you could assess those persons. But we also have to look at persons outside that threshold as well, who might need assistance. Come to mind, medical assistance is one of those things that's it doesn't care about your income bracket. You could be floating right now financially, and you could be exhausted, your resources could be exhausted from your medical bills. And those individuals, despite the fact they might be making, on paper, a good salary, but need some financial support to deal with their medical expenses. So we have to ensure that there's some type of flexibility where persons who might be outside of that threshold, who might need some assistance, can get some assistance, whether it's for medical or other areas that we might come up, that who wouldn't ordinarily qualify in the scheme under the certain circumstances. So those things that we have to look at in committee stages to ensure that we don't disenfranchise our people in the process of addressing those particular issues. And I want to just answer the question. I think that the point that Honorable Mata made is an important point. We could have made this changes a long time ago. We don't need the amendment to be able to increase the fees. In fact, it's a cabinet decision to make those. It was a cabinet decision that gave the thresholds that we had. In fact, when I attempted to do it just before when the report was done, they gave the parameters under which we could give those support. It was deemed that we're trying to buy votes. We were deemed to buy votes. I'm sure you will tell us, Minister, when we get up, who suggested we were trying to buy votes by trying to adjust the number so that people could get some additional support, right? Some support from the process. But Minister, I think we need to also look at the element that speaks to the areas and the criteria that we're removing from Section 17. We have to reconsider that. I think that the bill has to have those specific areas lined out as much as we can within the bill, and then have a clause that speaks to any other area as determined by the minister to cabinet to add additional areas as you see fit moving forward. I don't think it's that you remove them, you add some broad areas, but they're very specific categories. They're asking to wait until regulations, and we all know how long these regulations tend to take to come to the House, and you don't want any part of the process skipping and process losing the ability to get the support within the broad areas that we've outlined previously and the ones that you're looking at now. So I think we should leave those areas, those categories, add the ones that we think that were missing that we should add. Anyone that we don't recall at this point, just have a broad clause that deals with those things and as you move along, so that you don't skip a beat in terms of the level of support that person are able to get once you make the adjustments. So, Madam Speaker, that's about it for me in terms of my contributions currently. I know we have a lot of that we have to look at in the committee stages. The amendments are very comprehensive as it relates to some of the main clauses. That we have to be very careful how we make those changes, and the areas that I've outlined in terms of the areas that I believe that we should remain in the bill, we need to consider in the committee stage. And I look forward to the discussion in the committee stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. At this time, honorable members will take a lunch break and return at 3:05 p.m.
Madam Speaker.
This House now resumes its sitting. Good afternoon, honorable members. We'll continue with the debate. At this time, I recognize the Minister for Communications and Works, Honorable Kai Reimer.
Who's that? Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to lend my voice to this Public Assistance Act, this Public Assistance Bill, and since this is the only game in town, as they say, after May 2022, when the district allocation was then sent to social development, it is only fair that we come here to make sure that this is right and fitting for our people of these beautiful Virgin Islands. We know back then, members in this House, numbers were thrown out as to how much was given on an annual basis or a 4-year basis. I know during those times, we tried to assist our seniors within our communities. Members at that time give to the most vulnerable, ranging from $150 to $250 monthly. And now going through social development, and we know that those figures vary. And some of the seniors, they're getting more now through this program than they were getting at that time through the district assistance. So, as I mentioned, the department, I just want to acknowledge the work that they have been doing since the burden of going through these applications. We understand that they're now digital and receiving applications electronically. But I just want to acknowledge the staff, Minister, Social Development, for assisting persons through this process and giving assistance. It's no secret, almost every country in the world have a social program. And, you know, they vary for family assistance, even their family allowance, even food stamps. And, you know, we used to do food vouchers here. But the public assistance is basically an avenue used to aid citizens throughout the world. So, as we go through this bill, members have elucidated exactly what the bill entails and what should be done. And Madam Speaker, I just want to note and let the public know that this is an amendment to a bill. It was back in 2013 when that bill was passed, the Public Assistance Act. So when I did the research on it, the caption stated that the Public Assistance Act was at the time trying to grant relief to poor and destitute persons within the territory. This happened, the bill was assented to in 2014, January 2014, but they went through the process during 2013. So I understand it was one of the most modern bills to come through the House at the time, and I applaud the members for bringing this bill forward. What it says to me too, Madam Speaker, is that at that time, I would hear members now speak about this has been the worst time in their lives and this is the hardest they have gone through. But at that time in 2013, it was to help the poor and destitute. So obviously, there was an issue there with the lower class within our community. But we are here now doing the amendments. And these amendments, they aim is to modernize and enhance the effectiveness of the public assistance program in addressing the need of our territory's most vulnerable population. Madam Speaker, the primary objective I understand of this amendment bill, the objectives are to update the definitions, remove the outdated provisions, and introduce new sections that align with current social assistance practices. It also is to introduce more specific eligibility criteria that the public assistance is targeted towards those who need it most. Also to offer a wider range of assistance to address diverse needs, including emergencies, unexpected hardship, and community-wide crisis. Also to enhance efficiency, transparency, and accountability of the program's administration through structural changes and the establishment of a social protection information management system. This is also to align with broader special protection goals by promoting self-sufficiency, addressing the root causes of poverty, and ensuring a comprehensive and integrated approach to social assistance. It also sets out clear eligibility criteria to ensure that assistance is targeted towards those who truly need it. And it emphasizes the importance of supporting households in a way that is tailored to their specific circumstances. Madam Speaker, again, this bill is addressing the needs of our people. We need to now provide the tools and the atmosphere to reduce the reliance of our people on this or any other assistance. We understand what is happening with the cost of living, and it's just not urgent assistance is needed to alleviate the financial strain on our citizens and ensure that they have access to the support that they require. Madam Speaker, in this bill, I just want to note some of the things that I highlight. The provisions of public assistance to individuals in need is a positive step towards addressing poverty and inequality in the BVI. The eligibility criteria outlined in the Act, such as legal residency, financial need assessment, and consideration of mitigating circumstances, to me seems reasonable and fair. The focus on supporting the well-being of our children under shared custody arrangement is commendable. The provisions of various types of financial and non-financial assistance under Section 17 as A through E, is comprehensive and addresses a wide range of needs that household in the BVI may have. And members spoke about this earlier. The criteria for each type of assistance are clearly outlined, which help ensure that the assistance is provided to those, again, as I said, who truly needs it. The inclusion of a specific provisions for emergency assistance, such as the hardship and hardship allowance, shock response grant, demonstrates a commitment to supporting households in times of crisis. In Section 2 of the bill, definitions are reworded, some are added, some are replaced. For example, applicant. Applicant ensures that all eligible individuals and households can access public assistance. For example, this means that a single parent who is struggling to make ends meet can apply for assistance to support their children's need. Child is also rewarded. It recognizes the vulnerability of children and their need for support. This amendment ensures that children who come from low-income households can receive the necessary assistance for their education, health care, and other essential needs. Dependent child. It acknowledges the financial dependency and support needs of individuals under the age of 18 who are not in full-time employment, as well as individuals under the age of 23 who are full-time students. Madam Speaker, this amendment ensures that young adults who are still financially dependent on their parents or guardian can receive the assistance they need to pursue their education or transition into the workforce. The replacement of the term disabled person with the definition now of disability ensures that individuals with physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory impairments that substantially limit their major life activities can receive appropriate support. For example, a person with a physical disability who requires mobility aids or modification to their living environment can receive financial assistance to meet these needs. The definition of essential needs. Essential need helps in determining the level of support required for household. For instance, if a household is struggling to afford basic necessities such as food, such as shelter, health care, they can receive this financial assistance to meet these essential needs. The revised definition of financial assistance. It clarifies that monetary support is provided to households to enable them to meet their essential needs. This amendment, Madam Speaker, ensures that individuals and families facing financial hardships can receive the necessary financial support to improve their living conditions. We've heard about the definition for household, as it recognizes different household structures and their eligibility for public assistance. For example, a household consisting of 2 adults in a legally recognized relationship or 1 or 2 adults with dependent children can apply for assistance based on their needs. Madam Speaker, these examples illustrate how the proposed amendment for the Public Assistance Act can positively impact the lives of individuals and households here in the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, by expanding eligibility, addressing specific needs, and providing financial assistance, these amendments aim to uplift our community to ensure that no one is left behind. Now, Madam Speaker, as I spoke with the minister responsible, I do have a few questions, and I think it's necessary for me to to ask because he told me it was okay to go ahead and ask. Because I do have a few concerns. Even though hearing earlier about the cost and what that cost may be, the Act to me does not specify the type or amount of public assistance that will be provided, leaving room for potential inconsistencies and inadequacies in the support offered. Like, how would this assistance being offered be calculated or determined by a committee? Is there a predetermined way of calculating assistance grant, or is it left to the discretion of the committee? Madam Speaker, the suspension of assistance for individuals who are incarcerated for more than 30 days may disproportionately impact vulnerable populations who are at a higher risk of involvement in the criminal justice system. Madam Speaker, there may be challenges in coordinating the different types of assistance being offered under the Act, as well as ensuring that households receive the most appropriate and effective support for their specific needs. And Madam Speaker, I would wrap up as I see the signal, but I just want to acknowledge the Minister and his team for bringing this forward. I know there are quite a lot of questions that would be asked in the committee stage, and we look forward to dissecting it and making it work for people here in our community. Again, we will try to make sure that we minimize the reliance on this public assistance, but we'll have to make sure that the proper policies are put in place to help our people. So, Madam Speaker, again, I thank you for the opportunity to lend my voice to this bill.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this public assistance amendment bill. And I recognize that the members of the House, most of them were able to give support to the bill, though they may have mentioned some areas, specific areas that need to be looked at in committee, which is important. Well, Madam Speaker, let me applaud the Minister for bringing this bill, because this is very much needed in the Virgin Islands today. Madam Speaker, if you continue to repeat the same thing over and over, sometimes, whether it's true or not, sometimes persons start to believe it, and then they start to repeat it. Madam Speaker, there's this whole concept that's being bandied about, that the economy is weak. And there's really no basis for that in reality, Madam Speaker. If you look at all the indicators, it tells you that we continue to have a strong and vibrant economy built on two main pillars: tourism and financial services, which are both doing well and holding their own, Madam Speaker. But it doesn't mean that we don't have challenges in our economy. And I outlined some of them before when I was in the House. One is employment. We produce lots of jobs, but for a number of reasons, including our policies over the years, we have a number of persons who've grown up here, Virgin Islanders, belongers, persons who've come through the system, who are unemployed. And we also have a number of persons who, we have persons here who are unemployed. You have persons who have businesses which are struggling for one reason or the other. And we have to ensure that through our policies, through our initiatives, that we are able to ensure ensure that more of our people are able to be gainfully employed and to seize the opportunities which exist here. Persons do not go to a place where the economy is weak. When we were, Madam Speaker, back in the 40s, 30s, 40s, and 50s, when we were going to the Dominican Republic, going to Cuba and places like that, we left because the economy here wasn't able to sustain us, and we went to places where the economy was strong. And that's how migration works, Madam Speaker. People go to where the economy is strong. That's where so many persons are going across the border into the United States. Persons are trying to get in boats and go over to Europe. They're going there because the economy is strong. And that's the reason why so many people are coming to the Virgin Islands, because the economy is strong. But we need to ensure that those opportunities, our people are able to benefit from them. And of course, we also have high inflation. And those, even though some make it seem like those things are the fault of the government, those things are due to global factors like the war in Ukraine, like the war between Hamas and Israel. When fuel prices go up, those are things outside of our control, Madam Speaker. We do some things to try to shield the pressure from those type of things. Duty exemptions, and even relief on electricity and some of the other things we've done to try to help your people who are going through a difficult time. But those things are global pressures that we have little control over. But the economy is doing well, Madam Speaker, but it doesn't mean that we don't have challenges. Just like every country in the world has challenges, the richest economy in the world, United States, you're going to see people living on the street. You're going to see people experiencing poverty. In building a sustainable nation, Madam Speaker, what we are seeking to do here, we are nation builders here. We have to build a system where we are taking care of each other. We have to build a system where we take care of those who can't take care of themselves. And we have vulnerable individuals that fall in different categories all over the world. You have to be able to take care of children. And of course, we have children, whether they're in a single parent home or another type of situation, they're vulnerable. And the state has to provide certain services for children, especially those in a more vulnerable situation. The state has to look out for its elderly. And we're talking about public assistance here, but of course, healthcare plays into it and other types of services. We have to take care of our children. We have to take care of our elderly. We have to take care of the disabled. We have to take care of those persons who have one type of challenge for one reason or another. In the Virgin Islands today, we have far too many people who are struggling. And that is why we in this government, a comprehensive approach to addressing the needs of our people. At the beginning of this year, or late last year, I would have announced in my budget speech that we increased, and this is probably the most substantial increase in salary in the history of the public service. Well, those things are forgotten about quickly, unfortunately. But we probably gave the biggest increase in salaries in the history of the public service. And it was motivated, Madam Speaker, by the philosophy that everyone in the Virgin Islands should have a living wage. And we took approach of determining what was the level that everyone had to rise to. And because we were so far off for so long from where persons were supposed to be, especially those at the very bottom of the scale, the increase was great. That's why the increase cost so much, because people are so far from where they needed to be. Madam Speaker, you heard the Deputy Premier speak about the minimum wage. She commissioned a committee to produce a report on the minimum wage. And they were able to go about and do their work and give her the report, which will be considered in Cabinet. But not too long ago, the minimum wage was $4 an hour. Then it was moved to $6. Madam Speaker, $6 an hour, what is 6 times 8? Mathematicians, 48. 48. If an 8-hour day, that's $48 a day. So this government is saying, look, we don't want to cause too much undue pressure on businesses. We don't want to create more inflation. But there must be a minimum standard that everyone in the society, there must be a minimum that everyone in society is able to be able to meet. A minimum standard that persons have to be able to survive in the society. We raise public sector salaries. We're looking at the minimum wage. We're taking a comprehensive approach now. You see what we're doing here with the public assistance bill. I applaud the minister and his team for the approach they're taking, because it's not an arbitrary approach to a number in terms of what assistance should be. It is taking a look at what a minimum basket is. Assessing, having an assessment of a household to see how far they are from that minimum basket, which is to be determined. And then fill in the gap. Fill in the gap. Which will allow persons to go from that $200 that they're getting now to much more, to be able to fill the gap between what that household is making and what that minimum basket is. And ensuring you have a process to be able to properly assess persons, to make sure that the people who are getting the assistance are the ones who really need it. This is superior to what we had before. And I'm grateful that the minister, he had the courage to be able to make a change and make a difference in the lives of these individuals. Madam Speaker, what we had before wasn't adequate. And it was said during this debate that the reason why we are here is because money was taken away from district representatives who could give money. And I just want to dispel that notion, Madam Speaker. Now, I came in on the tail end of that system, of course. But I was told it was not always the case where district representatives had money to give out to constituents. I can tell you, when I was just a regular citizen, I didn't know anything about going to a politician for money. 1995. I didn't have a clue. I didn't have a clue, Madam Speaker. You know, I needed anything. If my parents couldn't provide it for me, I had to work hard and do it for myself. I didn't know anything about it. But of course, it was introduced at one point, and I was told the money increased steadily over time. I was told some of that money was supposed to be used to do district projects and things like that. And I was told the thing got out of control. And we saw that. We saw that it got out of control. Of course, when I used the money in my district, I tried to help as many people as possible. But we saw great abuse and potential for abuse. And that wasn't just in the COI, just for persons to be clear. You know, we had a number of audits that showed that there was a problem with the system that we had. And some persons still have not accepted that there was a problem there. It was a big problem there, Madam Speaker, and it got bad to the point where it all came to a crashing halt with the COI, and it was taken away completely. We cannot just gloss over the fact that there were challenges and problems with the system. And then why should a constituent be dependent on a representative as to whether they get assistance or not? You know, suppose they and the representative have a disagreement. You know, this doesn't happen among our members, I'm sure, but let's say you had a representative and they know that this person didn't vote for them. And you got to go to somebody who you were up and down campaigning against them, and you got to go to that same person and ask for a little help. That's not a position we should put our people in, Madam Speaker. If people need assistance, you need to have a proper system to be able to give them the assistance. And it was a failing that we had, Madam Speaker, in the past, that we didn't do what we had to do to fix the system in social development or wherever else it is to make it work properly for the people. And giving money to representatives to give out to their constituents was just a band-aid to try to solve something, as opposed to going to the root of it and solving it properly. And that's what we're doing here. We are going to solve this problem properly. And it's not to say, Madam Speaker, that there's not a role for a district representative or community-based organizations in providing assistance to people or helping to direct persons to where they can get assistance. Because we know a community-based approach is a better approach. And we have some challenges we have with this centralized approach we have in Rotown. And that's something that we also have to examine and we cannot lose sight of as we go through this bill. But that system we had before was flawed. Let's forget about it and let's not go back there. Madam Speaker, I was told, this is when I was in the House before, I was told I was misleading the House. So I'll correct myself here, Madam Speaker. I was told that 200 was changed before. I guess it was less than the 200 before. But Lord have mercy, Madam Speaker, people were getting 2 cents before. What was it before? Blessed Lord. What were people getting before? 200. You telling me it was moved to $200? Madam Speaker, that wasn't adequate. $200 was not adequate. Even 10 years ago, $200 wouldn't have been adequate. Madam Speaker. It's not good enough. So again, I applaud the minister for giving those seniors, other individuals who are vulnerable, a substantial increase. Because, Madam Speaker, I have constituents, and my heart bleeds for them. What do you do when you have someone with newborn baby say to you, I don't have any food in the cupboard? What do you do when somebody comes to you and say, my landlord is about to put me out on the street? What do you do when somebody says, you know, I need medication, I can't get it to be able to save my life, I need this medication and I can't get it? What do you tell somebody who just does not have the money to be able to buy books for school? You know, they can't, you know, they might go to private school, they can't pay for the private school. What do you say to those individuals, Madam Speaker? The little $200 can't do it. So we need to be able to provide more support to those individuals, which we're doing here. And the minister was brave enough to be able to confront that challenge. He decided that he would not leave it undone. He would not leave it for another minister to come and do. And I want to applaud the minister for that. I want to thank him. And I thank him on behalf of the seniors in my district. I thank him on behalf of the single mothers in my district. I want to thank him on behalf of those children who come to me and say to you, they say, can you buy me some food to eat? Because I'm hungry. My mother can't provide me with any food. I want to thank him on behalf of all of those individuals. Madam Speaker, of course, we had quite a number of areas in the bill that persons pointed to. I think they did a good job. We're going to deal with those issues in committee. But one thing I want to say, Madam Speaker, we have to be careful of bureaucracy. We have to defend against bureaucracy, Madam Speaker. And when we recognize a problem, we need to fix it. We have a problem with bureaucracy. And let me take this opportunity to, I'll agree with something that the member for the 6th said. We're going to have to come up with a structure to help persons who are getting short-term assistance. Because the committee structure that is there, that takes some time. And with your best efforts, Madam Speaker, with your best efforts, if you have some emergency situations or situations which require quick assistance and where it's like a one-off payment, you're going to need a different structure than the structure that's in place. I'll tell you why, Madam Speaker. Some persons have stated, well, you better fund this thing properly. And you need to provide the resources to be able to make this thing work. Madam Speaker, I want the members of the House know, I want the members of the public know that for the last few years, and it could have even been before that, that what has been budgeted for the assistance under social development has not been expended. I want the people to understand that. It might have been the year before last year, maybe $1 million wasn't spent. Over a 2-year period, maybe $1 million. So while we have so many people in the Virgin Islands who are struggling, who are having a great deal of difficulties, all that's happening, social development still has money unspent. money unspent. I'm talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. And Madam Speaker, I'm not blaming anybody for that, except I will blame us if we don't fix it in here. We have to make sure that we make it easier for our people to get assistance. And those persons who are seeking long-term financial assistance, the process that we have here, I would say, is adequate because it's public money that you have to account for. And if persons want to get a monthly check, we should ensure that they really need it. But somebody who a challenge problem which is quite sudden, in the bill it's called a hardship grant. We should ensure that persons could get a little $500, a little $1,000 if they need it, without going through too much hassle. I'll tell you what's been happening, Madam Speaker. When you send people to social development, all the members know this is true. When the people realize what you have to do to get $200, when the people realize the type of forensic audit you need to do for $200, Madam Speaker, let's get real, let's get serious. Nobody is going to go through that for $200. They prefer to go without, or they prefer to go to the premier or somebody else and say, man, just give me $200. And I'll tell you what has been happening, Madam Speaker, since that district allocation has left. All that has happened is instead of the people, well, they're still coming to the same people. Right? They took away the allocation, the people come to you and say, well, you figure it out. I don't care. Well, you could say what you want. You could say what you want. I came to you before I come to you again. And you figure out the rest. So, all what happened, they came to the representatives, the politicians, and because we have big hearts, this is government and opposition. You know, one thing is common, Madam Speaker, among, I would say, most of the people I know who are who serve in the House of Assembly, and this is regardless of party. People who have big hearts and who want to help people. But Madam Speaker, that's unsustainable. It's not sustainable, and you can't build a nation that way. Yes, there's a role for persons to be generous, but you cannot build a nation that way because too many people will fall through the cracks. So we have to, and we know, Madam Speaker, the people are trying to do their jobs. I'm not criticizing them. All they're trying to do is do their jobs. They're trying to make sure that they protect the public purse and that they give value for money. I'm not criticizing them. I'm just saying to them, you have to make sure that it makes sense. You can't put people through that for $200. You have to put a process and a mechanism in place for short-term assistance that doesn't surpass a certain amount of money. And you also, Madam Speaker, we also have to take a community-based approach. We have to be able to empower communities to provide assistance to people. Why? Because people in communities, they know the community. The people in social development cannot know everybody. They can't know everybody. They can't know the people in my community better than me. So we have to have a role I might say it's a district council. Maybe somebody else have a different view. But not just district council. We have to create a means where the ministry has a relationship as it pertains to providing public assistance with whether it's the Rotary Club or the Lions Club or WIN BVI, Diabetes Association. We have to utilize the full power of our civic community and our community-based organizations to assist. We need that. So we should create mechanisms in the bill where we can go to one of these organizations and say, okay, we can provide you with a certain amount of food vouchers. And you have to give a proper report at the end of the month. You register the people who utilize them and you provide a report, whether it's to social development or to the ministry. You go to your little district council and you provide them with a little voucher. It could be food voucher, maybe it's an electricity voucher. You know, maybe you coming up on school is opening. Maybe you provide some vouchers to J&C department store or some other place like that to help those in the community. They're not going to go and be assessed and sign up for long-term assistance for something like that. You just need to be able to help them get a little school uniform at the beginning of the year. Let's not make it too difficult for people to do that. And of course, it's small amounts of money and it's a one-off. If they need anything more than that, they have to go and they get assessed from social development and you sign them on for the long-term care. So, Madam Speaker, those are the type of things I would like to see us do with this bill. I want to applaud the members of the House for the approach they've taken. And let me just say this, Madam Speaker, because I'm a fair-minded person. The members of the House, opposition included, have contributed great value to these bills. The COI stuff that we're doing here. And this is a part of the COI stuff, even though it's something that needed to be done anyway. They've given great value. And I believe we need to continue because we've been walking. We've been walking and we see the finish line, Madam Speaker. We just have to keep walking in the way that we're doing. We've seen the finish line. And what we are doing is having real benefits. And those benefits will be seen. Those benefits are clear to see in a bill like this. It will have tangible results. Again, I want to recognize UNICEF. They provided consultants for this. I want to recognize the current PS, Tasha Boati. I also want to recognize the former permanent secretary, Patrona Smith-Davies, for the role that she has played before and also currently, because of course she was a part of a project group. She was a lead on the project group in the area of public assistance. And when we pass this I believe will, there may be one or two other things. This will close off recommendation B7, and that will be another recommendation that we would have completed. So we're nearing completion, Madam Speaker. We have some work to do between now and August 31st. But I believe that, you know, today was a good example that we can get through these bills in a reasonable amount of time. Madam Speaker, I'm looking forward to discussing this bill in committee stage. But let me just say for the final time, Madam Speaker, I applaud the Minister. Minister has done well on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. Persons in all of our constituencies will benefit from what has done. But we also have to think about, Madam Speaker, funding, making sure, because of course we asked the ministry for the financial implications of this. They gave us some idea of the financial implications, but right now I'm not persuaded that the financial implications will stay to the level that they have proposed. The level they propose, we can fund that. But if it goes far beyond that, we'll start to have a problem. So we have some decisions that we have to make. We have to decide on that minimum basket figure. Because remember, if the gap between that and the income of the household is very wide, it's a lot of money we'll have to come up with. So we should pay attention to that in the committee as well. Because, you know, if it becomes too big, you may, instead of helping 50 people, you may only be able to help 10 people if it's too big. And that too will cause a problem. So that is something to pay attention to. And we know, Madam Speaker, in different countries that we have, if you're going to provide a great deal of social services, you have to raise taxes. Every country, you look at all of the services they provide in Canada, the United Kingdom, those Scandinavian countries, they have excellent public services, but they have very high taxes. And if you want to provide that level of public service, given our tax structure, it's going to be difficult. So we have to be able to strike the balance. I believe we have the people in the room to be able to do that, along with the ministry when they come as witnesses, to be able to strike the right balance. And Madam Speaker, I neglected to say this earlier, let me say it now. It's very important for us to ensure that people who are strong and able-bodied are not on public assistance, that they're working. And the rated program and other programs that we have in labor will have to work to ensure that we don't have strong, able-bodied persons on, to lack of a better term, welfare. And in the United Kingdom, I lived in the United Kingdom for about 3 years, they have an excellent program. Persons could not receive assistance, social assistance, without every week looking for jobs. They had a system in place. For you to receive any form of social benefit, every week you had to go what they call sign on. They had to sign on and they had to look for jobs, send out applications, send out their resumes. They had a whole system that showed you all the available jobs, and they had to apply to those jobs to be able to act. And if they didn't do it, they cut off the social assistance. We need to think of something similar. When these persons come and they apply for assistance, we have to have a mechanism in place to ensure that they're actually looking for jobs as opposed to just receiving money and not even trying to work. Also, the whole thing came out about status, immigration status. It's something we have to be cautious about. No country in the world can import persons who will be relying on social assistance. The great United Kingdom, even with your United Kingdom passport, you can't just go up into the United Kingdom and start getting benefits. They have residency requirements, and they have other types of requirements to get assistance. So you can't just open up public assistance to everybody. And that's why our immigration process has to scrutinize how well persons are able to maintain themselves before agreeing for them to come to the BVI. You have to show that you can maintain yourself. You have to show you can maintain your dependents. You have to prove that. That's why they're asking you for this type of stuff. You have to prove you can maintain yourself. Of course, we have to be humane because things happen. So a certain type of assistance, you have to be able to say, well, this is something unexpected, unanticipated. We can give some assistance there. But long-term assistance and being on welfare, that is unsustainable. Something we have to be very careful about. Madam Speaker, with those few words, I will take my seat and just say, Madam Speaker, that I commend the Minister for bringing this bill, and I'm looking forward to us doing what we have to do in committee stage to give the people of the Virgin Islands the best bill possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. I call on the Minister for Health to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the members for their contributions, well thought out, insightful contributions. I started taking some notes, Madam Speaker, and I think I actually filled my pad. So I'll just pick a few of the salient points that I think members would have said during the various contributions. I want to thank the Premier for his history lesson of the district vote. I had forgotten where it started and how it got to where it is. I'd also forgotten about increase in the salaries. I think what we are doing is a coordinated effort, Madam Speaker. If you look at all the different initiatives we are doing, it's all geared towards one thing, helping our people. I think all members would agree with me when I say a lot of persons are struggling and they're looking to us for some kind of relief. I want to thank the Premier for pointing out the awkwardness that we have put persons through. I'll start with the Premier, he spoke last. When persons who may not have voted for a candidate had to go to the same person for assistance, how awkward that must have been. And why it's important as we build institutions that we do it in a transparent and fair manner. And what I'm seeking to do today with this bill is just that, to create a fair and transparent system where persons don't have to depend on personalities, they go to systems. Madam Speaker, social development often gets blamed for not being helpful. Unfairly, most of the time, what this bill does is helps them to be more useful to the community and to the persons they serve. Mr. Remo reminded us that what we're doing here is nothing new around the world. All countries in the world do give some sort of public assistance to their people, and he reminded us of its introduction in 2013 to assist the poor and downtrodden, so to speak. And what we're doing today will create positive impact on households and individuals alike. Mr. Remo reminded us in something I was very cautious about during the consultation, that when we create public assistance systems, it shouldn't build reliance, but it should empower people to become independent. We don't want to build, like some persons say, a welfare state. I want to thank the member for the 8 for reminding us that the system is already electronic. I myself had forgotten about that. And the whole issue of the district officers being removed as relieving officers. Madam Speaker, I was once in charge of that for Sister Islands through being coordinator, where the district officers and Enagara, Jasper, and Agana Virgin Islands were the ones who handled some of these checks on social development. If you remove them, I think it could be for a challenge. So it's something we need to look at very, very closely going forward. The member for the first, I agree with this point that what we're trying to do here brings greater structure and guidelines for us to help our people. And it does indeed guard against abuse. And it is very much aligned, the numbers that we spoke about, with the cost of living that we are working on. And it must be balanced between the needs and how things are. The man for the second had a whole lot to say. But I do agree with him that the review, I'll pick a few points that he said, that the review, 3 years is a long time in a world that's changing very, very quickly. A very, very volatile world. I think waiting for 3 years to do a review might not be in the best interest of anyone. And he rightly said the retirement benefits, what some persons are getting, particularly those persons who worked in the hospitality industry, whose salary was small but the gratuities were large. When they finally got to retirement, they realized that they're really receiving next to nothing. And that this year would definitely be a help to work with them. I agree with the member for the second that we need to make sure all our systems of assistance are aligned. We're not duplicating or we're not letting persons double dip, so to speak. Now we must make sure that we're not going to bottleneck the system. Madam Speaker, the Red Cross trains caretakers, I think, twice a year. It's a great course. I recommend persons who are interested either in doing it as a business or simply for taking care of your own seniors to take that course. At large member and deputy speaker, I understand his concerns about the regulations not being here at this time, but Madam Speaker, I just want to point out the reason why we couldn't finalize certain things is there's some very important statistics from CSO that we don't currently have. Hopefully we'll get that information very, very soon that we can bring those things forward. So he wouldn't have to be too apprehensive about how it is going to work. He also mentioned about the issue of the size of the staff. And yes, I think we'll have to look at the staffing over there and see how best we can increase that staff to make sure what is this mandate we have here that they're able to carry out that mandate. The Minister for, at last Minister for Education, she's not there. She was happy with the appeals process. It's currently there, but it's good to have this there. Talk about going electronic, we already have that. The need for extra funding. And yes, he also reminded us that the support through education is very, very important. For the system to work, it needs to be an all hands on deck approach for it. She reminded us that, you heard this before, all people are very prideful, and when they do ask for help, it is because they really need it. I think since the hurricanes of 2017 and the pandemic and so forth, all of us that were exposed to persons who we know were technically strong, and we've seen persons come and say, why, I really need some help now. And when our people get to that point where they ask for help, you know something really, really ain't right. The Honorable Deputy Premier spoke about the holistic view, and I completely agree with that. He talked about going wider than the Immigration Act in terms of who's eligible. Premier already cleared it up. Yes, I agree with her today, the schedule needs to be included, but the reason why the schedule isn't included is because we are waiting some very critical data that we don't have at this time to do it. And that we'll be helping persons at all levels, building a stronger economy. The member for the Fourth reminded us that we're not, and I said this before, we're not doing this exercise just for the sake of the COI. This is something we are doing for us as a people, as we go towards nation building, as we go towards more self-autonomy. We have to start doing things for ourselves. I said it in the last sitting. We want to do things outside of the COI, for us, not because they say we should do. And that when we do assist persons, it shouldn't affect their dignity, but it should elevate their dignity. And I appreciate the fact that she recognized the contributions of NGOs. She called a few, but NGOs, they have been playing their part over the last few years, and I would like to work more with NGOs, because sometimes they're better at what they do when we do the very same things. The member for the Sixth, who was uncharacteristically short, but very impactful in the things that he said. And the idea of putting all these things under social development, I think is a very, very valid point. And when we get a committee, I have some ideas of where we can move certain things to make them more efficient. You don't have persons in an emergency telling them to wait 3-4 weeks when they need stuff right away. That when we help people, we should be to help them get on their feet, not make them dependent on the systems. Idea of shortening time for assistance, again, very good. But to the point about missing the regulations, again, is because we don't have all the data. And you did agree with me that what we are doing here would improve the lives of the people throughout the BVI. For the third, yes, we have to balance the needs of the people with the resources of the country. That's always a tricky balancing act because you don't necessarily control the income. You have to be very clear who we're helping. The contradiction in terms in the one section there, I took a note of it. The meaning of minor child. The use of the word resident. In some cases in this bill, the terms used in the bill are only for this bill's sake and are not used in a wider context. I do agree that certain things that the committee consults with the minister on should probably also go to cabinet. It's something we will finalize in the committee stage. Let me not say that. But I do agree with him that something that the things say, the act says that the minister should approve of the committee. I think cabinet and the house maybe should have also an input on that. I have no desire to be a dictator with anything. We are here together. People sent all of us here to represent them. So I have no problem making a collective decision that probably be a very, very good one. The leader of the opposition, he had an excellent, thorough job on all the things that everybody's kind of touched on afterwards. But one of the things that he raised is that things have changed significantly across the landscape since 2017. This bill tries to capture our current reality and not how things were, but how things are today. He also made a point of forms and regulations should be present now. Unfortunately, that's not quite ready, but it should be here soon. Talk about disability, we are trying to include as many persons as possible and trying to make sure no one is left behind. I think the other concerns he had, other members had also. And he raised the point that I had crossed my mind. We talk about confidentiality, but there was no penalty for persons not being confidential. It's one of the biggest challenges I find we have in some departments, the issue of confidentiality. Persons that are refusing to access the systems because they're afraid their business end up on the street. Madam Speaker, I just want to thank all the members of the House for the various contributions. And I could not sit before Madam Speaker. A lot of persons, the Minister for Education said, didn't think we would get this bill here on time because the projections were we'd be finished around October, November. I'm totally indebted to my acting PS, Ms. Tasha Borty, the UNICEF consultant, past PS, Patrona Smith-Davies, AG's chambers, all those other persons who worked tirelessly night and day over the last few weeks to meet this deadline. I'm forever indebted to them. The people of this country are indebted to them. And I must thank them wholeheartedly for all the work they've done, doing what everyone thought was an impossible task of trying to modernize the Public Assistance Act. Madam Speaker, with those few words there, I will take my seat. Again, I thank the members for all the contributions, insights into making this bill an even better bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Public Assistance Amendment Bill 2024 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
This bill may be cited as the Public Assistance Amendment Bill 2024.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. House is now in committee. Will now resume its sitting. I call upon the Minister for Health and Social Development, Honorable Vincent Wheatley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to report that a bill entitled Public Assistance Amendment Bill 2024 has passed through committee with amendments. Madam Speaker, I move that a bill entitled Public Assistance Amendment Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed as amended. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Public Assistance Amendment Bill 2024 be now read a third time and passed as amended. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
This act may be cited as the Public Assistance Amendment Act 20.
The bill has been read a third time and passed with amendments. I call on the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move a motion to amend the order paper to add another item under public business, which will be the first reading of the Virgin Islands Inquiries Bill 2024. And I also ask leave of yourself, Madam Speaker, as well as the majority of the members to dispense with the notice for first readings of the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I have no difficulty with the request. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm ahead of you.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call on the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that leave be granted to introduce the following bill standing in my name, shortly entitled Virgin Islands Inquiries Bill 2024.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Seconded that leave to introduce the bill shortly entitled Virgin Islands Inquiries Bill 2024 be granted. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I call on the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I introduce the bill standing in my name, shortly entitled Virgin Islands Inquiries Bill 2024, and will explain its provision at the second reading. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Virgin Islands Inquiries Bill 2024 be now read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Virgin Islands Inquiries Bill 2024 be now read a first time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for the first time.
This bill may be cited as the Virgin Islands Inquiries Bill 2024.
I call upon the clerk.
Item number 9, other business. Item number 10, adjournment.
I call upon the Premier. 16th of July.
Madam Speaker, I move a motion to adjourn the House to Tuesday, July 16th at 10 a.m.
Rise to second that motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. The House is adjourned to Tuesday, 16 July 2024 at 10 a.m.